Hello, Internet.
Great idea. Great idea. Hi, everyone out there. Thanks again to Carrick for recording these sessions. Welcome, Bill, our newest player joining our campaign. And welcome to everyone else who might be listening in the distant land of the future, where no doubt all the problems of the world have already been solved and we're all living on a universal basic income and never have to work ever again for the rest of our lives. Okay. So, as you might remember, we just engaged in a victorious battle against the Zentarum, who were harassing Voonlar. I don't recall precisely how that ended, but my recollection is that we called a conclusion essentially at the end of the battle, wrapped up whatever resistance might have remained. I do believe we killed the commander, the general.
No, we did not.
Also,
we didn't.
no, we did not. No, that was the cardinal, the priest. I'm pretty sure we did kill the R dragon, who is the knight. We killed the knight, right?
The guy on the night.
There was
no,
a knight
he
on.
just disappeared.
He got away. That's right. Yeah, he teleported away. He abandoned ship. Went ethereal with his nightmare. Of course.
Like the coward he is, yeah.
Apparently. But as you rightly point out, the cardinal is still within our grasp, but we still have we have taken one very important prisoner. So if there's anything you want to clarify, if there's anything you want to talk about last episode to bring us up to speed or anything like that, we can do that. And once that's complete, we'll then turn to the new character and analyze how he comes into the story. Though for a bit of a spoiler, or rather for I don't know, foreshadowing. Your character William will be here in the town of Voonlar. You will have been, I don't know, having a beer or attending to your horse, or even just in bed, whatever the case is, when the battle goes on, and thus you will be aware of the battle, and that should bring you into the story quite quickly, since you'll already be in the town where the conflict occurred. Okay. Sounds good. So for those of you who did participate in the battle, congratulations, victory is assured. You survey the field. Your soldiers, particularly the Iron Vultures, who are quite ruthless, are busy murdering finishing off the wounded soldiers, capturing the ones that surrender, pursuing those who flee, and so on. The kind of mopping up the battle that is pretty standard for a conflict like this. What do we do?
Start tending to any of our wounded.
Awesome. The Cardinal offers some assistance. She still has some magical resources left. And
no, in fact, I'll take her holy symbol.
She understands. Does not seem to regard it with a great deal of bitterness, although the pain of defeat is obvious. It seems that her pride has been pretty severely hurt by this crushing defeat. But she doesn't seem to take your refusal or personally. Yeah.
Yeah, just don't know you. You don't know us. Like, no trust yet.
Absolutely. All right, and so the men go about, and we do have some women in the army as well. The men and women go about their business, finishing off what remains, tending to each other. You also tend to them, and the battle from there takes care of itself. The job is at last done. The last of the prisoners have been captured and rounded up. The last of the wounded have been finished off, and our own wounded are being tended to in perhaps some sort of triage. What comes next?
guess assessing the town.
All right. All right. In that case, then we might as well turn immediately to the new character and introduce them. Okay. Bill, the way we usually do things around here is we have a pretty extensive montage, a pretty extensive introductory scene for the player characters, and we covered a little bit of this yesterday in our discussion. And so some of it is going to be a rehash, and some of it is going to be somewhat new. But I like to go all the way back to even before the beginning. What I mean by that is I like to find out who your character's people are even before your character was born. So how old are you, first of all? How old is your character?
25.
All right, 25 is good. This is a bit more information than perhaps you need, but around about 20, 25 years ago, there was a cataclysm in the heavens, and the gods were all cast to Earth, and they had to wander the Earth for a year or about a year. That was called the Time of Troubles. We don't need to get into it right now, but it is important because it was a monumental event which shaped, geopolitics everywhere. But tell me about your family or your people or your tribe. Before you were born, who were your people?
So my people were, they were born in the woods near the tribe of the Black Blood. The tribe of the Black Blood is lycanthropes who, deep are more. Was born into where I'm in tune with nature, with wolves, and believe in the pack. And I was kind of an outsider to that clan.
Cool. So, what were your family? Were they like woodcutters or hunters or a bit of everything? Had your people been here for several generations, or were they recent arrivals? What was their story?
I think they've been here for a couple generations. My father was a woodcutter. My mother was a hunter.
Yeah.
Was born in basically a small cabin in the woods.
Yeah.
Learned a lot about axes and animals and trees and.
That's good. So that's a good start, because I was going to ask you, tell us about your early life, and you kind of already have. Did you enjoy that rustic, rural lifestyle as a child?
It suited me well. I built strength. Learning different skills. But I was always an outcast when it came to other people. So I was always in a lot of fights, and always always on the outside.
Yeah, sure. Did you have any particular encounters with wolves as a child that would ordain your path? Were you bitten by a wolf or anything like that? Yeah. How did did the wolf totem give any premonitions that it would one day choose you?
When I was in my probably around 8, 9 years old, while out in the woods, escaping from a group of people who were picking on me, I came upon a family of wolves. That was where I got where I was looking at the family, because my father and mother were always so busy. My mother was always gone. My father was always, they were always in process of taking care of me, but never around. This
Yeah.
family of wolves was taking care of each other and love it, and being around each other, and it was very inspirational.
Did your parents know that you had this special relationship with wolves, and if they did, what was their opinion of it?
No, I kept it from them for the most part. It was something that was mine, that I was, when I was out and away, it was something that was for me.
Right. So it sounds like you didn't have a lot of human friends as a child. You were too busy with the animals.
Yep, pretty much.
All right. Okay, so tell us more about your adolescence. You grow up to be a young man. You might be 12, you might be 15. But in a lifestyle such as the one that you've described, a boy of 12 or 15 is pretty much as capable as an 18 or even a 21-year-old in softer, simpler lands. Um, so, what was life like as you turned from child into man?
The way I'm seeing it, my mother left on a hunting trip at one point and never came back,
Oh,
which made me, I blamed myself, I blamed my father, I became very angry. I started fighting back at kids who would torment me, and I started
yeah.
being an angrier person.
I suppose that you were one of the bigger kids, I would assume.
Yeah, I was 6 foot, 200 pounds by the time I was 16.
Yeah, yeah, cool. All right, so you've turned 16. Why didn't you essentially take up your father's trade? Why didn't you just accept a life in the woods, making things with your hands and living the simple life? Why wasn't that good enough for you? What changed?
Uh, the staying in one, I always felt like I needed to move around. I needed to get away. I needed to travel. I needed to explore. I needed to, you know, I was always that wanderlust.
All right. What were some of your discoveries that you made early in this? I hesitate to call it a career, but during these travels.
That I was really good at fighting. I was really good at turning my axe against opponents, axe and shield. They turned that aggression into being able to fight, take that rage, direct it towards an enemy. I also found I was still able to somewhat commune with nature, primarily with wolves.
Were there any particular enemies that attracted your enmity more than others? Any incidents that caused you to get an irreconcilable hatred with one foe or another?
I don't think I know enough of the lore to probably choose something like that. If
Sure. Yeah,
I
no
don't
problem at
think
all.
there would be something specific because I never really found out what happened to my mother, so I think it was an in general thing.
Good call. Good call. So you don't bear any particular grudges because you don't know enough to have those grudges. All right. Now, you're a pretty experienced warrior by this time, and indeed, being an 11th level barbarian, you are without doubt one of the most powerful um, combatants, not just in the region, but really in the entire world. There are not a lot of people that make it above, say, level 3 or level 5 or level 7, and it's you are the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. One in 100,000 men or women might have the kind of capabilities that you do. Um, how has that formidable how has those formidable attributes transferred into maybe a reputation or something? Do you have your reputation, or are you still more or less unknown, just striking out of the forest and returning before anyone can learn who your identity is?
Yeah, I think I don't stay in any one place long enough to get a reputation.
Excellent. What about a myth then? Is there any kind of mythology built up around, the wild wolf or some other personality that people have imagined on you for you?
Yeah, I would say, the something like that, the wild wolf, some kind of wolf aspect in fighting in, like gladiator type matches or, money fights in random towns. My name's come up here and there.
Excellent. So on that, there is a fair few. There's quite an industry actually in gladiator fights, particularly in Hillsfar, which is not that far away. Um, are you saying that you participated in some of these arena battles?
Yeah.
All right. Hillsfar is such a racist town. They are human supremacists. Um, they've always had a lot of conflict with elves. They wiped out the dwarves in order to settle their town in the first place, and they tend to just throw non-humans straight into the pits. But you are a human, aren't you?
Yes.
All right. Does that mean that you remained like an independent gladiator? Were you owned by a stable? Did you own a stable yourself? Are you a gladiator? Are you a stable owner? Independent stable owner, or were you a slave? I guess these are the three options.
I was an independent fighter because I was never,
Oh,
again, I was never in a place long enough to become part of anybody. I was there's always an attempt to recruit, but I was never able to stay long enough.
brilliant. They throw everything and anything and everything into those pit fights. Elephants, dinosaurs, small dragons that they've amputated the wings from. Um, do you have a particular battle that you either are proud of, or that you almost died in, or something like that? Is there a foe that you vanquished that was memorable for some reason?
Well, going back to what we had talked about, I like to play into the story of I have numerous dealings with the people of the Black Blood because they've wanted me as part of their clan, um, and I have a lot of respect for them. I just don't share their beliefs, and I've fought a group of them off um, who had challenged me in one of the towns in one of the fights, um, and I was able to take them all out.
All right, that's great. Now, normally when you enter these pit fights, you don't get back out again. Even free men like yourselves, they tend to find a way to manipulate the situation so that you end up staying, that you end up being enslaved or being accused of criminality or something like that. How is it that you managed to avoid this fate? How did you get out of a town that is essentially one giant arena style prison?
Um, yeah, pure intimidation to a degree.
Excellent.
Greasing the
Yeah.
right pockets at certain points if I needed to, but mainly just intimidation.
Perfect, perfect. Hey, something we might not have covered, which is a bit out of character, is the amount of money that you start with. You start with a lot on the basis of your wealth. I'll see if I can find that. Um, where are these
We went
pins?
over that
Oh, you
before
did?
you
It
came on
was
Oh,
yesterday.
good,
yeah.
good, good.
Yeah, I
So
found your chart. It was 12,000 gold at
perfect.
level 11, and we used the same magical prices at double value. I think is what it was for gold.
Excellent. That's perfect. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you've taken care of that. So, what magic items do you have, and how did you come? How did you acquire them?
So I had just a +1 battle axe,
Yeah,
couple potions of speed, superior
sure.
healing, greater healing, and a +1 shield.
All right. Did you just buy these from like a trader, or is there some story behind their acquisition?
I want to say I won the battle axe
Yeah,
and shield in a fight.
I like that. Yeah, and the potions you can just buy off the shelf. Yeah, that's great. Okay, here you are in Voonlar. Voonlar is a town of about 1,000 people or so, 2,000. It's not very big. Um, but the towns around here tend not to be very big. It has been occupied by the Zentarum for some time. You may or may not have much of an attitude towards the Zentarum, but their ambitions have been going on around you. They had a civil war about a year ago, maybe a bit less. And during that civil war, there was some forced conversions, and you've just basically been caught in the middle several times of these two factions trying to completely eradicate each other. You're here in Vunla right now under the occupation of the people we call the Bay Knights, who worship a god of tyranny and of fear and of conquest. And no doubt you chafe underneath their particular rules, their heavy taxation, their constant attempts at intimidation. Um, they'd regard you with a great deal of suspicion and fear on the basis of just how big you are and the fact that you have magical weapons. They might have tried to confiscate your magical weapons at some point, but when that didn't succeed, the best they could do was register you as a potential insurgent. But they didn't have the courage to actually apprehend you or the strength to kill you. And so thus, they just had to basically tolerate your presence. So you've been here within Vunla, chafing under the grip of the Zentarum. When you learn that the town is preparing for an attack, the Zentarum mobilize their force. They have about 200, 300 soldiers, something like that. And by the time you're able to get out to the field of battle to observe what's going on, um, the battle has already been won. You're with one of the only people here that you know and that you trust. She's a centaur. She's a centaur merchant. Her name is Chastity. She gets around a lot. She travels extensively. She's had a lot of conflict with the Zentarum herself. She was arrested. They took all of her maps. They confiscated a lot of her goods, namely the wines and the bows and sort of things. And so the pair of you have caught the tail end of this battle, and you watch as these Dalelanders, people just like you, crush the Zentarum army. In fact, it's quite likely that some of the soldiers that participated in this battle are people that you've seen at the market before, or that you might have shared a beer with. You may have even grown up with them. I'll let you decide whether or not any of these 100 or 200 odd soldiers are people that you personally know, or if you just have some association with them because you bought milk from them or sold them some hides, and so on. Just simple interactions. You recognize their face, but you can't exactly picture from where. In any case, the battle is won. They've taken the priestess captive, the cardinal. She was one of two authority figures here in this town. And the commanders of the victorious Dalelander force, whom you would know by reputation, a warband called Deathwish that were recently granted a castle that they are refurbishing, not far away from where you were born. It looks like they are coming into town ostensibly just to establish to imprint their brand of rule upon these people. Do you approach them? Do you react? Do you stay low and wait to gather more information?
I think I'm just observing at this point.
I know them, says Chastity Goldenmane, the centaur, to you. I know these people, not particularly well, but I trust them. They are forthright, somewhat aggressive, maybe a little bit destructive, but they have the trust of the Dale's Council. I think we can trust them.
So they're loyal?
Yes, they are loyal to the Dales. Brave as well.
Interesting.
The rest of you move into town. As we mentioned, the town of Vunla is pretty small. We'll swap over maps so you can have a bit of a look. One of the old, second edition maps. It really goes to show how far map making has come for role-playing games. When this was a proper published map, when we were able to make better maps ourselves with half an hour and the program Incarnate. Anyway, for those of you in Deathwish, those of you who commanded the battle, your soldiers will be stripping the knights of their full plate and the guards of their chainmail, and taking the staves of the apprentices that were defeated, and butchering the manticore, and so on. And while your men are engaged in the celebrations of victory, you're able to move around town as freely as you wish. You've got the cardinal as a prisoner. The town is still functioning. They didn't shut up shop just because there was a battle, or at least half of them didn't shut up shop. Is there anything that you want to do? Do you want to get a drink? Do you want to tear down the temple? Do you want to look for people that you might recognize? What do we as commanders do? We're not experienced at this, right? We haven't engaged in a full-scale battle before. What do commanders do when they win? We're not sure.
The first
Down to a
thing,
beer? I don't know.
Maybe.
I feel like we need to check on the situation in Tushwave, if we can send people there, like
Yeah, no worries.
Flyboy,
Yeah,
just to make sure we know what they're doing. And I kind of feel like we should establish ourselves. We can let our men do as they please, but at least the 6 of us, or not 6 of us, it used to be 6, 4 of us, I guess, will like be establishing ourselves, see who's in charge of the people, because the people have to have a leader besides the Zentarum. And yeah, I feel like we just need to establish what's going to happen from here, and then we can chill.
There really isn't a government outside of the Zentarum anymore. They either fled into exile or they were hanged or something like that. It's not a particularly large town, and it's been under Zentarum occupation for a fair amount of time before the Zents took it over, before the Banites took it over. The Syracists, who are also Zentarum, used to run it. So it's just gone from one Zentarum faction to the other, meaning that if there was any prisoners here that used to be in the government, they're likely villains anyway.
Hmm.
In that case, I guess just tell as many people as we can in our immediate proximity, and then have them spread it through word of mouth that the town is
Yeah.
now and the Zents are gone.
I also want to ask someone like how their town meetings or whatever take place. Like if the Zentarum want to gather everybody up, what do they do? Just so people would know that we're trying to like pull the populace together to address
They
them.
tend to they hold sermons at the Temple of Bane.
Forced sermons, or
Well, if you don't come, then you're going to get in a lot of trouble. So it's not necessarily forced, but you look bad if you don't turn up.
okay. Are those at a set time, or is there like a bell at the temple?
Yeah, there would be bells. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we figure out how we're going to address them, we'll just ring the bells. Because that's I guess the one way they've gathered for generations.
Sure. So does anyone does anyone want to discuss this with Raz first, or are we going to an hour after the victory we ring the bells and summon all the people? What do you think, guys?
I mean, but that doesn't sound like it'll make us sound look a bit like the Zentarum, wouldn't it? Like using their things to like do like what they did.
I don't know. I think it makes a statement. We summon them with the bells at the temple, and then
And
when
then
they
we
all
just-
arrive, yeah, we tell them how it is, and then destroy the temple right in front of them.
Yeah, it's not like we're going to make our offices in the temple. It's like just getting the people together and then just taking it down immediately. But that's how long has this been occupied by the Zents?
40 years.
Yeah. So for 40 years, the people have gathered in this way. We're not just going to like open a spot up in the temple gardens, I guess, and like just yell at people to come join us, because there's no other way to call that's easily accessible that at least we know of at this point. Yeah. Another thing we should think about is, what are we doing with this place? Who are, because there's no way the 6 of us are going to be able to stay here, and 4 of us are going to be able to stay here and like govern it. We're wanted elsewhere, so who are we going to leave in charge? How many people are we leaving, et cetera, et cetera. Personally, I feel that either the Castellan can choose someone, or he's temporarily there himself.
I mean, we could also ask Chastity, people she knows and stuff like that, like
Mhm.
because she's been here and has gotten to know people during this interim, occupation.
Mhm. Is Chastity one of our allies that gave us information, or is she someone else?
She's someone we met initially um in the what's it called, Dagger Falls. She's a traveling merchant. She heads around. She's the one that yeah, she's helped out quite a bit.
Okay. So yeah, we can talk to her. Do we want to try to seek her out before we gather the town?
She will probably come up to you during the process of gathering them. She's inquisitive enough and brave enough that she's likely to approach you anyway.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, should we, before we gather the town, should we talk to her to see what like the current state of stuff is? Because she's like the only person we have that's been inside.
We can go with that. And so while you guys are coming into town and discussing among yourselves what the next stage might be, you ascertain that you probably can't hold this town personally. You're needed elsewhere. You do have an army, though, and whether or not you choose to maintain the army here or leave Voonlaugh to its own devices. You spot the centaur approaching. She's distinct, tall and muscular, and with her long golden hair, she stands out from the crowd. She's accompanied by a monster of a man. He's not the biggest guy you've ever seen, but he is among the most feral, among the most stern, and the weapons that he carries are quite clearly pretty special. They look like ancient dwarven weapons, the sort of things that might have been given to a palace guard, something like that. They seem bold as they come, not just trotting, just moving at a reasonable pace as the pair of them start to approach the party. And Chastity leans over. William, what's your character's name?
Tarnock.
Tarnock. So she leans over to Tarnock and says, "They can be a little bit testy at times. The wizard in particular, as you points out, Raz, he has a tendency to blow things up. I don't see that poisoner." She's looking around for Flint. He was normally their spokesman, but he doesn't seem to be here. I guess that means that we might have to speak to the rest of them instead.
Likes to blow things up, huh? Sounds like my kind of person.
She gives a little wry smile, which is more emotion than you normally get out of her. And, "Hail, Deathwish," she says. "That is your name, isn't it? Deathwish?"
Last I checked.
Hello, horsewoman.
"Oh,
And I'll go.
hello,
God, what was her name
kobold
again?
man." Chastity?
Yeah, I'll greet Chastity and say it's nice to see her again.
"These are unusual circumstances, but I would say that it's nice to see you as well. What in the devil do you think that you are doing? I didn't know that there was an army this big in Daggerdales to begin with."
There wasn't.
Well, not until we formed it.
This army was formed 4 days ago. I think it would
Oh,
be.
how
No,
interesting.
a week ago. Yeah.
You formed this army in 4 days?
Yeah, I mean, we had sown the seeds of gathering allies for a while, but we collected them all in about that time.
And Also, I'm pretty sure there'd still be smoke on the horizon or something. Would there be? Or has it been
Yeah,
too long?
probably.
Okay.
If not, then they would have at least seen it a day or
Um,
two ago. Well, probably gone by now. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, oh, the smoke 2 days ago was us too.
Yeah,
So you've struck catch wave as well.
We
the
did, as
goblin
we,
part.
yeah. Yeah, the
Should I
goblin.
expect any more trouble anytime soon?
We're trying to figure that out now.
We're
We've
always
already
getting in
sent.
trouble.
I apologize. Let me introduce to you Tarnok Woodspire. He is a local, a Dalelander. I believe that he lives in the shadow of your castle. Perhaps that makes him one of your citizens. I'm not quite sure. He is a capable man, and she points towards his weapons. He earned these. He didn't buy them.
Looks, I was like, wow, he's huge. Manny, do you think you could like? Is he enough?
I laugh.
Manny is like a direwolf.
Oh, that's right, man. Do we have him with us?
I guess so.
I think Neville was writing him. Yeah.
So, the kobold is riding one of the large wolves that you've seen. A massive direwolf, massive like an oversized timber wolf. And he's being ridden bareback. It's kind of unusual that a wolf of any size would let anyone ride it. But the wolf prowls, sniffs the air, and
I walk up and put my hand on
growls
its,
a little.
slowly reach my hand towards his muzzle.
Make an animal handling check with advantage.
Is that just a roll 20?
Yeah,
On-
that's right. Yeah,
on your
please,
character
please,
sheet,
Debbie.
if you click on where it says animal handling on your character sheet, it'll actually automatically roll for you and add your modifier. So kind of left hand side near the ability scores, you have the saves above the different skills.
Gotcha.
It'll probably roll with advantage automatically. There you
Very
go.
nice.
Oh,
Double nat.
okay, Mr.
Calm down.
Fancy Rolls.
It is a wolf.
It is a wolf.
is
He
true.
sniffs your hand and says, "I know your scent. You are the one they call the wild wolf. You are. I have known you since I was very young. I remember you. You were there in my mother's lair when I was born. Yes, I know you. I would never I can tell one man from another, and I would never forget your scent." He turns to the kobold and says, "This man is a greater hero than any of you could ever hope to be."
Wait, so you don't eat diseased men? You don't eat this man? Like, which man do you eat?
"I eat weak men."
Well, then that. Okay.
This man is too
Good
strong.
thing most men are weak men.
Aye, they are. Aye, they are.
That's quite a recommendation.
I hope he lives up to it.
So you wouldn't be having to looking for a traveling companion, would you?
If you refuse, then I will abandon you and follow the wild wolf instead, for he is greater a legacy than any of you could ever hope to achieve.
That's just not very nice, is it? Why are you doing this to me?
Because you are inferior, kobold. You are in the presence of greatness now.
Kind of want to make him fight one of us just to see.
The only one that could take him in a straight fight is Debbie.
Yeah, specific because they're both melee fighters. I would suggest that. I think as actual people, you wouldn't just allow anyone to come with you, especially when we're doing really dangerous shit now.
I mean, he does come with a strong recommendation.
I mean,
Yeah,
the wolf
okay.
likes him.
He definitely looks like he
Uh,
can handle himself. He's a mountain of a man.
What do you think of?
I make sure to tell the wolf. What was the wolf's name again?
Man-eater.
Maneater. I make sure to tell Maneater it is an honor as well.
If a wolf could blush, he would. Wags his tail.
What was I about to say?
Tempia just kind of raise an eyebrow at the wolf, going, "Is this wolf like starstruck?"
He's never wagged his tail before.
The wolf is a simp.
Guess
I mean, I wasn't gonna say that, but
got a bit of a hero complex. Yeah.
Roz was going to ask Bill what he thinks of the Zentarum.
What do I know of the Centaurum again?
What do you think of the Zentarum?
No, I know. I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah.
They're cruel. They're evil. Is that?
Yeah, that's basically right. They're the world's largest military, industrial, mercenary, merchant conglomerate, and they're trying to conquer the known world. They haven't gotten very far yet, but their ambitions are big. They did conquer your homeland, the Dales, at one stage, but after crushing it, they only wanted to occupy one town as a trade route, and there's been a guerrilla war that has been fighting against them for 40 years. You may have participated in it. We won. The Dales won about 20 years ago, finally throwing off the yoke. But now that the Zentarum have had a little civil war of their own, throwing out one god and bringing in another, that has returned momentum and fire to their bellies, and so the conquest has begun all anew.
So I just respond. I said, the ones I know are weak and have no honor. Not much fighters.
You have a problem with killing them by the score?
Not even a little bit.
I like them. Yeah. So
been selected, but
I think we'd all have heard of them. Right?
I mean, I'll with a 17 sales, I'll trust him enough, maybe.
Nubble and Dahlia.
Man-eater likes him. I like Man-eater, so that's good for me.
I'm willing to give him a chance. He seems sincere.
Sincere. That is a good word to describe him, Chastity says. He is a loyal man, honourable, and I have not seen him yet tell a lie. Indeed, I have found him considerably more trustworthy than any other companion that I have met in this forsaken town. Speaking of which, had you come here alone without the army, I would have called you mad. There are wanted posters in this town that are looking for you. Hundreds of gold pieces on each of your heads.
Oh, how much am I worth?
I'm afraid that you are worth the least. That doesn't mean that I value the least, though, but the Zentarum seem to. Perhaps because you have not been a member of the warband for long. I thought that you had a druid with you. And where's Flint? Where's the poisoner? He has the highest bounty.
He's in the castle, right? No, he's doing something else.
What was he doing? I don't remember what we.
We'll go with the castle.
He and Vitch are at the castle. The
Edward
poisoner.
went to the desert.
Yeah. The druid decided he would go on his own path from here, and the poisoner is at our castle.
Interesting. Well, that answers that then. Would you like to get a drink? I know a bar around here. The Zentarum they avoided this particular bar, so it was the only place that I drank.
I do want to know, is there enough seats in this entire town to sit 200 men or 230 men?
Well, there is now that you've killed 230.
Oh, touche. Um, where I guess our army can basically anything that's Zentarum they can deal with right now. I guess there'd be food or stuff. I don't know how to put this.
Yeah, absolutely. But they'll take care of themselves. They have sub commanders and so on.
Oh, yeah, and the Castellan's here. He's like, he's used to running the show now.
Precisely.
So yeah, so I'm down with getting a drink.
Well,
we
I
fought
can use a
hard.
just the
drink.
one.
I have something I want to look into later, so I want to be sober for it.
And no drinks for me either, but I will accompany you nonetheless.
All right. So she takes you to a homely bar, a kind of cottage style building. It doesn't really look like a pub or anything. It looks like a country style homestead or a restaurant or something. The smell of freshly baked goods waft out of the windows. You're greeted is probably the wrong word, but at least acknowledged by a half orc that seems to be only also a half wit. You fought Zentarum.
I certainly
This
hope
is
so.
Ron, he says.
Hi, Ron.
You want food, beer, wine?
Yes.
Put it on my tab, please, Ron. I will take care of these commanders, but I won't be paying for any of the soldiers. Okay.
Do you have
So you
enough
sit
to
down.
have around for the soldiers?
I get a barrel.
Yeah, you have 2 barrels, and
Okay.
I'll send it to the army, and we'll buy it.
Okay. I'm not sure what a barrel of ale is worth, but I'm pretty sure it's in the player's handbook.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Um,
It's like a gallon and is 2 silver pieces.
You're going to need like 40 gallons. So we'll
Yeah,
say 50 to round it off.
It should be under trade goods. Hold on, I'm finding it.
I think there would be enough mead for them, like whether it be in the temple or wherever the Zentarum usually stake out, or where their provisions are.
I'll just take from like the Zentarum stocks.
Yeah, because it's an equal size army. I think we were actually a little less, so they should have more than enough.
All the provisions we need. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess it only goes up to a gallon of ale.
I suppose it depends how
Well,
like zealous they are. They might not have alcohol.
Possibly.
I'm sure we've run into a few drunk
But they do.
Zentarum.
I mean,
50 gallons of ale is not that much.
Yeah, so that's a few gold.
Yeah, that's right. So you're not the only patrons here in this tavern. People had stopped their drinks when the battle started to kind of some of them to go observe, some of them to lock themselves in their houses, and a few of them just kept drinking. But there are a handful of people left behind. They don't give you cheers, they don't give you acknowledgements. They might tip their hats or give you a smile. In general, they seem to be apprehensive but pleased. Um, Two patrons stand out, however. One of them, now we don't have that anymore. one of them is a tattooed woman who dresses in some lithe equipment, the sort of tight leathers that you would normally associate with, I don't know, an entertainer rather than someone who lives in a rustic rural town. She kind of stands out, prettier than a lot of the other girls, and a lot more scantily dressed and scandalously dressed on top of that. Her tattoos probably cost 30 or 40 gold to imprint. They're of that higher quality. And she's armed from head to toe in knives and small vials of the same sort of substance that you would often see Flint applying to his weapons. She gives you a look, as if of recognition, not really confusion, but rather, yeah, like she knows who you are, though you might not know who she is. But she doesn't say anything, just raises her glass of wine.
I will raise my glass back to her.
Is that one of your friends?
I think he was asking you, Devi.
Oh, no. No, seems interesting though.
What of the other? You said there was 2 people.
There certainly is, and the other woman is an equally beautiful woman, though. Whereas the lithe, tight-bodied woman that raised her glass to you has slicked back hair and is immaculately preened and clean. The other woman appears half wild. Her hair is matted and all over the place, unkempt. She looks like she's not just drunk, but she's been on an absolute fucking bender. She kind of sways a little bit and stops drinking from her ogre-sized mug of ale and points towards you. I know you. I know you. You are from the Dales. You are the people who wish death.
That's the one.
Come and have a drink. You're paying.
Cheeky.
I would be happy to compose a song for you for your victory. All the Zentarum are gone, and we are at home. Together we shall. Does anyone know what rhymes with home and gone?
Sean.
I'm not good at rhyming.
Oh, well, we can put this song away for now and we will talk about it later. Congratulations! You are harpers, no? No? Oh,
Not that I
I don't
know
play
of.
instruments. I'm sorry.
oh. Oh, I thought that you were part of that brilliant organization of people who try to liberate the world and bring about peace and oppose the Zentarum. But perhaps I am wrong.
Oh, I thought I was just being a decent person. I'm sorry. Do I need to apply somewhere?
Do I need to get my
Oh,
license?
I believe that in Shadowdale there is some people there, the Seven Sisters, and they will help you with your application. But if you are not harpers, then why do you hate the Zentarum so much?
I mean, like, I travel a lot, and they just hurt a lot of people that I care about.
What's your reasoning for not hating them?
Oh, that is a good question. I suppose it is because. No, wait. I do hate them too. Ah, we are not so different then. Oh. She sculls the rest of her beer and indicates that she wants a refill.
Me and the other kobolds are gonna have a party in that big temple they have later. It's like, you can come if you want.
I would love to come. I love the parties. I will make a song for it. And now we conquer the Zentarum. That rhymes with home. And now we have a much safer home. What do you think? Is this a good song?
I like it.
It'll do.
Oh, they were so bold. The wolf was riding a kobold. No, that's not right.
Tarnak is humming along every time she starts singing.
She knocks beers with Tana.
Uh,
All right.
Dev, you're gonna keep an eye on Needles.
Uh-huh. And yeah, she's watching with interest. She's playing with a small vial, unscrewing the cap and screwing it back on, unscrewing it and screwing it back on. It seems to be kind of idle, just idle hands. But if that is what you think it is, then she's literally playing with death.
Fair.
I kind of want to ask him, but I don't know how to word it. What brings the two of them around here? Yeah.
I go where the road takes me. I am a wanderer and a traveler, trying to earn my keep through song and performance. Needles doesn't answer.
Not one to share.
You are friends of Faramir of Dagger Falls.
Who's Faramir?
That was
They
the halfling gal, yeah?
That's her.
Yes. Yes, I remember her.
She has spoken fondly of you. Has she been replaced yet?
Oh, was she getting replaced?
Oh, perhaps. I might have spoken too soon. Yes, I think that someone within her business was taking over her role. She's been promoted, from what I've heard.
Oh, good for her.
I think we did hear that, or at least
Did
Flint
we?
did. I think
Okay.
she told Flint about it.
Yes, Flint. Yes, that's his name.
Oh, he was called the Poisoner as well. Like, are you two friends? Because you look like you have that too.
I am an alchemist and an apothecary of some small repute. Are you looking to buy or sell?
I don't think I need poison. Oh,
I don't use poison. Would Bill be wanting to buy poison? I don't know how he does. I think he'd be the only one who'd use it.
It's unnatural, bad for the land.
Well, not so unnatural if you extract it from the fangs of a serpent, in my opinion. But each to their own.
you like milk a snake like people milk cows?
It's a little bit different.
Wait, oh yeah, Carrick wouldn't know, but we actually have like, I think we actually milk some snakes
Yeah,
as a party.
Let me check the party like inventory.
I remember specifically it was Flint and then Roz there because there was something that we were doing. I think.
Faramir has spoken highly of you. She says that you are people that help Westgate wagons, that have been useful to them. If you wish to dispose of anything that might be burdening you, anything that might be weighing you down, and she glances over the axe and the shield that Tarnok is bearing, then I would be happy to give you a fair price for them. I have some small amount of funding here, only if they are weighing you down. I might
Wait,
take
The
a
only
look
way
at it.
they come out of my possession is with a good fight.
It's okay. We may have some other things that are weighing us down.
And I don't mean you personally, she says to Tarnok. It is not meant to cause offence, sir.
Of course, of course.
Do we have any items that we need to get rid of?
Yeah, we have a few things like the spider staff no one was going to use.
Yeah, I'm already dual wielding staffs. I can't take a third one.
No, you grow an extra hand, okay? I don't want
Yeah.
excuses. I want results.
Oh, this is drow equipment. I like this.
Mhm. It does seem to have abilities that are kind of up your alley.
What's the market value on it?
I don't.
It says on
Scrolling
the
up.
thing 10,000.
Yeah.
She offers you 5 for it. She can give it to you on platinum trade bars.
That was you said 5,000.
Yeah, she'll give you 5,000 in platinum trade bars, which is like 4 per 1,000 for 20 platinum trade bars, 250 each.
Is anyone opposed to that amount?
I mean, I'm good with that.
Reasonable.
If anyone cares, the trade bars are stamped with the seal of Westgate, a city far to the south, on the other side of the inner sea.
I think aren't they the cover up for something, the underground black market trading or some shit like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, I have a chest of party wealth. We also have like a couple of extra shields and a longsword.
Yeah.
And we have 10 staffs of the slave. Are we gonna do anything with that?
We can give them, unless we plan on training mages,
Do we
which
really want to give them those staves though? Like,
oh yeah, yeah, I'd say I'm fine with selling them to her if she'll take them.
they're worth 5,000
Oh,
each.
I don't have that much money. I'll buy 2 of them off you for 5,000.
I'll give you all of them for 5,000.
No, we can get rid of 2 for now.
Okay. I realize that this is just like a picture of a stick.
Pretty
Right.
much.
Yeah. As we sell them, though, I would point out the
What they are.
downsides, the fact that they're cursed, and that once you hold on to it, you then can't let go of it and whatnot.
I see. I had seen the wizard's training with them, and I admit that I wondered how bottomless the Zentarim's pockets are that they could equip even lowly mages with such potent items. But now that I understand that they are cursed, I can see why they would do this.
It makes
Well,
it easier for them to control.
and she nods. Clever, she admits.
And
Here
I
is more
doubt they run out
platinum.
of funds.
No, I guess not. Are you
Alright,
traveling to Hillsfar next? Are you continuing this process of liberation? I have a friend in Hillsfar who, a stable master, someone that Faramir trusts. Perhaps you could trust them as well.
Mayhaps.
I will give you their name. Though I do hope that this does not come back to bite me. Search out Waratah. They are a stable owner within Hillsfar. You see, people like yourselves aren't necessarily welcome in Hillsfar. You might, if you did travel there, you could probably use all the friends that you could get.
I know all too well.
Well, congratulations once again. I should probably
what did you have to trade?
Oh, I don't have anything to sell, unfortunately. I'm really in the business of redistribution. It's one of my tasks to acquire treasures such of these and make sure that they end up in the right hands.
Wait,
I'll be shipping them south soon.
didn't you offer to sell me something earlier, though?
Did she? Maybe I did. Oh, poison. She's got poison for sale. Yeah,
Gotcha. Just poison.
yeah, sells it at the market rate.
Did you have any need of poison, Noble?
I mean, I don't think so. Cass tells me that like proper people don't use it.
Hmm.
No, not that I think you're not a proper person or anything. Please don't poison me.
I don't think you're a proper person. Don't worry.
I don't think any of us are proper people, but the world isn't run by those without sin.
I'm not sure that creature is a person at all, she says, turning away from the kobold.
That's more than a little upsetting.
I
Rough.
think enough in a pinch.
Roz proceeds to fireball the corner of the. No, it's.
Indeed. Here's your pies. Hope you like them.
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome, pal.
Hmm. So what are we doing, lads?
Wait, I need to tell me how strong are you?
What was that?
How strong are you?
18.
On a scale from 1 to 20, you're about 18. Got it.
That's a good way to say that.
That's out of character. In character, if you ask me that in character, the response
Yeah,
would be
character.
strong enough.
The redhead woman with the scrappy hair comes up and grabs his arm by his forearm. Ooh, he is pretty strong indeed, she says,
Wait,
and then checks out his buttocks from behind.
he's going to pull out like a rod, like jump up and like do something with it. So he's like hanging in the air. It's like, can you try to move this? He's gonna let it go and like drop to the floor, like with the rod still in the air.
Oh, the immovable rod.
Say that again.
Can you move the rod? Because he's put like a little rod in the air, like he's pushed a button and it's not moving anymore.
So I'm going to try to move the
Oh,
rod.
yeah. How many
The
pounds of
rod
force
cannot
does this
move.
thing?
It's a strength check, I think. Yeah, it's a strength check.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I thought it
Yeah.
was just immovable.
It's
I mean, it's
damn near
basically
immovable.
immovable.
Yeah.
So it'd be a strength check.
Even raging, I don't think a nat 20 would get it. It's like a 28, I want to say, or something.
DC
I don't
30
remember.
actually.
Oh, 30. Yeah. Okay.
Impossible.
Okay, I thought like you might be able to do it, like with like a really high roll.
Well, of course, I try with the first, so I should just do what, normal strength check?
The redhead kind of swoons as you flex and put in all your strength, and she just loves to watch it. It's a hell of a show. Wow.
Debbie kind of rolls her eyes at the the display of machiness.
She runs a finger down one of your veins. If I think this is going to pop, you should maybe just calm down a bit. Oh, did you hurt yourself? Would you like a massage?
He looks over and just shakes his head.
She looks hurt, as if she really wanted you to say yes.
Another time.
I do hope so.
I guess to get the rod back, he'll just jump up and like pretend to like he's pulling it and like try to like secretly push the button. It's like he managed to move it.
Needles is watching intently. She had grown bored, but the kobold's antics seem to have caught her attention.
How big is the kobold?
2 foot 11 inches.
So as you let go, as you unhit the button and it comes out, I lift you up. Does this count?
Oh yeah, he lifted the bar.
Yeah, he'll clap. Hey, you got me there.
Strong as an ox and half as smart, Needles says to herself.
Debbie will chuckle. Aren't they all the same?
I don't get it.
Me neither.
What is your was?
All brawn, no brains.
Oh yeah, he has a 0 to 11 and 11 on both. It's great. As like outside of what's going on in the room, we had sent old Flyboy over to Tesh Wave to see what waves are doing there, and how long was the trip there and back and then back?
It's gonna take several hours, so we might be back by the night, but he might not be back until tomorrow.
Okay.
We can use some rest anyway.
Yeah. I just kind of wanted to check the like road to Tesh Wave or whatever. I was planning on going by myself, and old racist needles is the perfect opportunity for Ross to excuse himself for about to do something that the party will regret, because he doesn't like racist people.
No problems at all.
And I don't know how far you'd be able to see. I don't know if you could basically see Tesh Wave from Foonlar or not. 18 miles.
20 miles, something like that. Yeah, so a distance of 20 miles, probably if you get to some sort of high point and you can fly, so that's pretty damn high, you can make out Tesh Wave, and you will see the glint and glimmer of what is presumably a large number of soldiers. Obviously can't make out individuals or numbers, but the glint and glimmer of 1,000 halberds is pretty obvious. It's pretty distinct. Much like when you're up in a plane and you can look down and you can see several cars. It's a bit like that. So there's an obvious attempt to mobilise the forces of Tesh Wave, but that wouldn't be hard considering it's a military. It's basically a glorified military base to begin with. Yeah.
So that's a problem. I don't know if they're mobilizing to prevent an attack or to come to attack us. Does it look like they're on the road, or are they still at Tesh Wave?
It's going to take you probably an hour to make that kind of assessment, because soldiers tend not to, it tends to take time to muster, even when you've got a force ready, it still takes time to mobilize them. So if you did spend an hour up in the air, then it would look like the maneuvers are quite defensive.
Okay.
In the meantime, the rest of you, the town is yours. Raz is going to be gone for about an hour while he does his assessments. The Tengu, our scout, has already long since flown off to gather their intelligence report. I guess all that remains, since the town is kind of going to take care of itself to some degree or another, is to have a think about things like, first of all, do we ring the bells, summon them, and tell them what's what? Second of all, are we going to leave any troops here as an occupying or even a governing force? Third, what do we do about the Cardinal? Do we interview her, interrogate her, execute her, or something else? And you might have some other ideas as well.
I think
Definitely removing her armor and seeing what it is, identifying it.
All right. Let's have a look at that. Knights. No. Needles, bronze, copper, heart. Cardinal Rose, there she is. What has she got? Oh, that's not going to be very helpful. I'll have to go back to a different page and check it out. Information a little bit messy here. Yeah, I thought I had this information handy, but obviously I do not. She has a Nightbringer. She has a Nightbringer, which is one of those flails that indicates that she is a special priestess of Bane. She has a black gauntlet, which again indicates her station. Her plate mail is her plate mail and her shield are mildly enchanted, just +1 objects. So yeah, +1 plate, +1 shield. The Nightbringer, a kind of flail, and the black gauntlet, which is also a symbol of office.
Gotcha, nothing special than that.
Yeah. What do you plan to do with me? She asks.
What do you plan to do now that you've realized that you were serving the wrong god?
What was so wrong about it?
It's serving a god of war and destruction as opposed to creation and making.
War is a necessary activity for society.
Yes, but it's not the only activity.
No, it is not. That is. It is a means to an end, but the end has now come, and I no longer have the means. My life is in your hand, my destiny, my fate. I would ask you what that destiny would be.
What destiny would you like?
I should like to have a nice estate by the sea where I can look over my vineyards and reflect on a life well lived.
Ah, boring life.
I suppose it is. Yes, I suppose it is. I prefer to think of it as comfortable.
I guess you could call it that.
You know, we had been prepared to come to an accord with the Dales before this occurred. The R-Dragon and myself had been writing up a proposal. You are representatives of Randall Morn, are you not?
In a way. What would this proposal be? You staying out of the Dales?
Yes, with Voonlar being recognized as not part of the Dales, but part of the sphere of influence of the Moonsea. I suppose that diagnosis has proved to be immature and ultimately incorrect.
No, we could, and I'll pull out a map. Say if we want, we can have the entirety of the leave. We can define where the border for the Dales is, as long as the Zentarum stays out.
I would be happy to accept your proposal, but you understand that unless you leave Voonlar in the hands of Bane, then I can hardly give you my assent. We had proposed that Cormanthor would prove to be the natural border, the forest edge. All everything south of the forest would be the Dales. Everything north of the forest would belong to Zental Keep. The forest itself, of course, is too wild a land for either of us to claim. You are considering this offer. I must admit that I am surprised. It is
It's the line you
army
have is a
to
bit
walk in
close
and
for me.
then do you have another proposition that you might put forward?
Yeah, hold on, I'm looking
Terms
at it. I'm
aren't
trying to find it.
satisfactory to me either.
What was that?
These terms aren't satisfactory to me. Even if the Zentarum do stay out of the Dales, they're just going to keep enslaving my people.
You are the dean. I had not recognized. I'm afraid that that you may be incorrect there. Your destruction of Sandford Chembril has severely interfered with Zentarum ambitions within the desert. Zentarum really are much more concerned with maintaining the Black Road. It is a trade route to Waterdeep and the Sword Coast that we have always sought. The enslavement, as you say, has always been incidental. It was never an industry, but rather an attempt at an attempt at persuading your people not to attack ours.
You
Well,
have
it
every
didn't
right
seem to
to
work
attack
out
your
too well for
people.
you.
The desert belongs to us, not you.
The desert may belong to you, but the Black Road was something that we constructed, that we founded. And you cannot have the whole thing. The Anarok Desert is larger than the majority of the world's kingdoms.
I don't see why that is an issue. It is ours regardless.
Then I am afraid that our conflict is likely to continue, regardless of my own personal fate. You see, the trade route is absolutely essential to the prosperity of the Moonsea region, and no matter what you might think is yours, it would be impossible to relinquish this mile-wide piece of land.
No, but we could have other merchants go through it and bring supplies through and issue trade. They would just be able to then meet in Teshwave, and we can work out with the Bedine passes through their lands, just like you would through any other kingdom.
Oh, I'm sure that this is not going to be acceptable, but I will take that proposal back to Central Keep if this is what you wish to make.
I just cross my arms pessimistically. I don't think they're going to accept any kind of proposal from us.
They might accept the original proposal, where Vunla remains in the hands of the Zentarum and all lands north of Cormanthor belong to Zental Keep. Would this not be better than waking the dragon? You do not wish to have retaliation, I am sure. You have proven your point. You have put many of our soldiers to the sword. You have shown that you are a force to be reckoned with. Would it not be wise now to accept that you have made your point and for us to return to the peace of the status quo? After all, it has been 40 years since we had any aggression.
I still say Teshwave and East is, or sorry, West is part of the Dales.
There is an occupying force of over 2,000 soldiers in Teshwave. I understand that your forces sabotaged the armies there. I have not received a full battle report yet, but I would be...
The entirety of the Goblin Fort perished.
Oh, how terrible. Our weakest forces have now, that were unruly and unprofessional, have been destroyed. We will have to rely on our knights and our wizards and our warlocks and witches instead.
Yes, and they lasted so well against our army.
I do not mean to be snide. I should not take this tone, and I apologize for it. If you demand Teshwave as part of the spoils of war, then the war has only just begun. If this is your decision, I would be happy to be the messenger. I will not be received very well, I can assure you of that, for clearly my leadership has proved inadequate. I have failed to hold on to my asset. But I am of the opinion that Teshwave would be a much more difficult force to dislodge. And yet, if this is your will, I shall acquiesce.
Let, let me go ahead and we shall talk with the rest of ours. I don't want to speak for our entire group by ourselves.
She raises up her manacled hands and says, I will be patient. I am not going anywhere.
Good.
All right.
So
Raz at last returns. Yeah.
bring the map with me and kind of discuss the conversation of a possible treaty with the Zentarum.
I mean, I thought they were the bad guys.
It's true, but we don't have a large enough army to occupy all of the Moonsea.
Don't even have an large enough army to occupy Voonla, by the sounds of it. Let alone Teshwave as well. And that's without even reaching the Moonsea.
So yeah, I'll check with Dahlia, like how willing would her people be to set up an arrangement to have non-Zentara merchants back and forth through the Black Road.
This is a good question. I don't actually know out of character how. I assume people is normally a culture based on raiding.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You I shouldn't interrupt, but you're right on the mark there. Your people's wealth comes almost exclusively from stealing it from merchant caravans. So if the merchant caravans stop, that's bad. But if they don't stop, then they're going to keep getting hit regardless of who's controlling them. They don't care if they're Harpers or Zentarum. They hate the Zentarum most, that's for sure. But the Medina are a very disunited people, right? If you imagine, the barbarian tribes of Germania in the Roman Empire, the Romans might have been able to say, okay, give us passage, and half a dozen tribes will say, yeah, that's fine. We'll even send you some warriors. But then the other 30 or 40 tribes are still going to attack if they think that the opportunity suits them. And that's a valid analogy.
Yeah. So I would say that
How traditional are Bedine people?
very traditional. We're very stuck in our ways.
Sort of sounds like dealing with dragons. Like if you treat them right, they won't burn down your village. If you're not if you do say the right things and bow the right way. Could we do the same with could the merchants do the same with the Bedine?
Well, maybe for most of us, perhaps, but there are some of us who just enjoy the life of raiding too much. It's very deep
Could
set
we
in our culture.
could we turn the raiders' attention elsewhere?
That's what I would hope to do. Perhaps one day, me and my father might return to the desert and attempt to unite our people as one. It's a monumental task, but something I would like to try at least. And if we did manage to accomplish that feat, then I would like to take possession of the Black Road and tax merchants coming through it rather than raid them relentlessly.
Hmm. Yeah, because if you raid them too much, they stop coming.
I mean, who would
Yeah.
If
get
you,
this like money, this tax?
the Benin people,
We would, of course.
they would be, and it would be Dale's folk merchants going back and forth, getting money, selling back and forth to the Moon Sea.
Oh, so like the king of the Bedine would get it or something?
Yes,
The
I
people in the
suppose,
tribes, but yes.
suppose you could say that. We don't currently have any one king that governs the entirety of our people. We'd have to unite first, and I'm not even sure how I'd go about doing it, but I would like to try.
Maybe they need a strong queen. Smiled Riley.
It'd be a hard enough task to convince my people to unite under one banner, to convince them to unite under the heel of a woman. In addition to that, I don't think
You're
it's
a
possible.
powerful wizard. How could they say no?
That just makes it even worse.
Debbie will chuckle a bit.
If I were to attempt it, I would attempt to have my father be the one in charge, and I would assist him in accomplishing this. But I guess we're
That's
talking
true.
about right
I mean,
now, rather than the
I guess we
future.
could listen to the old goat. Kind of smirk.
I guess we're talking about the immediate future, though, rather than the distant future.
Oh, like, do you mean like after this meeting, I'm going to go? Me and the other kobolds are going to the temple to like have a party. Do you want to come?
I have to admit, the idea of smashing some busts of Bane and making a mess of the place sounds like a good time.
Yeah,
Indeed,
we're going to do that.
does.
Well, guess that'll come after. We need to decide on the terms of this deal if we're even going to make one at all.
All right.
I
And
mean-
so we're going to head up to. Sorry, please
I'm
continue.
sorry. So I mean, shouldn't it be up to like the people in the individual villages, like who leads? Like, isn't that the Dale's way? Like the people in Hills should just be left alone. That's what they want, isn't it? Like if like the Zentarum priest gets her way, like they'll be Zentarum even though they don't want that.
Yeah, well, they keep rebelling apparently.
But I mean,
So clearly they don't want it. But
is it really our place to be like dealing these villages and playing them like this?
well, frankly, I just want to see the Zentarum eradicated.
Then no deal could be made then, I think.
Well, it's my opinion to not sign any particular kind of deal. But if the Dales isn't my homeland, and I'm not going to just endanger it.
Well, my idea for the deal is more temporary. A temporary truce to let us regain, strengthen and regain our power, and then we'd be able to uh, strike a harder blow.
Do you think
Do
the
you have the
Zentarum would feel
authority to
different?
make any deal on behalf of the Dales?
We would have to discuss it with the council.
Yes. Some ties to the Dales government.
Yeah. Like, we have a lot of sway with them, but you're right. We don't really have full.
I just don't know your authority level as of yet.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Well, the way I see it, it seems like we have two options. Either we just leave it here and leave our campaign here, I suppose, and try and build up a larger force for another try later down the line, or we keep going and keep pressing forward to whatever end that might be.
I mean, I saw those lot of soldiers didn't they going to attack us here.
Hmm?
The other,
Soldiers in Teshway.
yeah, there's a lot there, I think. What sort of stuff just coming down and taking Vular back?
Roz is back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Raz can turn up right now.
So he'll just butt in and say, "I've watched them for an hour, and it looks like they're taking a defensive position for now. I think either us attacking them 2 days ago, or they don't know if we're coming there next. But for some reason, they're not mobilizing here at this time. We should probably have scouts to verify that hourly."
Really? And how many of them did you see?
We have a
out of-
report, so I'll share that report. Teshway battle strategy or something like that.
Yeah, 2,000
information
something.
discovery. Yeah, it was a lot. No, it doesn't tell us numbers though, does it? Right. Yeah, but 2,000 is about the numbers that we've heard.
Oh, they outnumber us. Doesn't like it's so much more than I can even describe, and yet they're on the defensive.
We made it seem like we were many when we were few. Pretty much simultaneous attacks. The last their scouts had heard we were across the river. And then out of nowhere, we attacked Funlar, pretty much without them knowing about it up until the last minute. And then, from what we can tell. So they don't know if a ghost army is about to attack them either.
Do you have the capability of sending spies to infiltrate and report?
We already have someone watching them on their way to watch them or about to come back. I don't know how long it's been. Our most trusted spy so far, I guess you could say. And I was able to view them from the road.
I was thinking more in the long term to see what their intentions are as time goes by.
I think we would, but I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head.
Yeah, out of character, we do have a spy up there that we've never actually met. We didn't send that spy, we didn't allocate her, we didn't tell her to go there, but she's sending us reports such as the battle plan that I just showed. You'll see how it's compiled by a couple of guys. Maressa, the Harper of Teshdale, apparently she's our spy, but we've never met her. We've never paid her, and yet she's working for us. So go figure. Harper's right, can't help but stick their nose in somebody else's business.
And I guess are we together as a party right now?
Yeah,
I think we're in the group
presumably.
Um,
Yeah,
I think
maybe in the
got
bar,
everyone
maybe
together,
not.
like to deal with like
Yeah.
this issue.
Yeah, but they said that they were going to discuss it with us. I was wondering if they were with us now, so they can tell us about it in character.
Who do you mean?
Devi and I think Dahlia, right? Did they both go to Cardinal or whatever she was?
Yeah.
Wherever we are, we're all together. Yeah, like
Yeah.
the part. If you mean the party is united. Yeah.
Yeah. So I take it we would all know about it unless you want to role play telling us about it.
The deal.
Yeah,
I
you
think
know
we've
about
Yeah,
already
the deal.
discussed it.
Okay. So about the deal, what are we doing about it?
I understand the Zentarm's terms is to keep Boonlar and Teshwave and
Mhm.
draw a line that would signify the border of the Dales, and I assume that means a non-aggression pact as well after that's done.
They haven't formally brought it to us, though, have they?
No,
I think this
just
is just the Cardinal's opinion on what the deal might be.
She's no longer in a position to negotiate anyway. She's, for one thing, she's a prisoner, and for the second thing, it's unlikely that she's going to have as much respect as she used to, since she just lost a town, right? Yeah. So whatever. So they might have been able to give you a deal if you'd come to them before you attacked, but now that you've seized the town, all cards are off the table again.
I think
Sounds
we
like
knew this
then-
was like we knew we were like starting something when we started like fighting.
Yeah, I honestly don't think we should do any sort of pact. I think we, especially since we've started waves on both sides today, I want to see if we'll start having the support of the rest of the Dales.
I feel like unless we're willing to just give them a deal which involves dropping to the ground and pushing our faces into the dirt and begging for forgiveness,
Yeah,
they're
no.
not going to accept any
and-
kind of terms.
what
Yeah.
we could do is have what's it called? Have them fetch a diplomat for us who is authorized to make those kind of deals and see what we can do. And meanwhile, as a show of force, we can call our banners like what's it called? The monastery. Well, Battledale was it?
Yeah,
Have them
maybe.
come up and any other forces we can muster. The druidic forces now should be with us now that we've taken out the goblin fort as they asked.
We
Yeah.
could do like
Good.
the other way around, where we go to them as diplomats, and while like someone like Raz deals with them, like we can go and sabotage some of the other buildings.
Could work.
Like smoke powder that explodes, right?
Yeah, I like Devi's idea though, because they're on the defensive by the sound of things.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good idea to extend a hand for diplomacy, even though we're not going to work, and even though it's not going to work, and we'll use the time that buys us to rally some additional troops.
Okay, so like have a temporary like ceasefire for negotiations, but actually rally troops.
Yeah, because we know that
Exactly.
negotiations aren't going to go through. Just buying time.
Are based off of history, because I doubt we would be the first. In history, do the Zentarum respect ceasefires or non-aggressions for diplomacy reasons?
Hard to answer that historically, since they're not a very old organisation, founded like less than 100 years ago, and they had their little Cyric civil war just 20 years ago. So whatever's happened in the past 20 or 25 years isn't necessarily an indicator, because they were under a chaotic evil deity, and now they're back to a lawful evil deity. So it's very difficult to tell. Historically, yes, they, prior to Cyric taking over, they did honor agreements, but it's so hard to say. If you go back far enough, then yes. In recent years, then no. They've just had a civil war. They're engaged in a war of conquest. So I guess what I'm saying is that history isn't necessarily a good indicator of the way they might act right now. But to answer your question, yes.
There is also the fact that they serve a lawful evil deity.
Yeah.
They
If
are
they
more,
go ahead.
they are more likely to follow their word than they would be under Sirius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my guess would be like they wouldn't overtly break it. Like they'd probably have spies, maybe like assassinations, stuff like that, and stuff you can't like readily prove was them.
That's a pretty logical conclusion. Yeah.
I mean, we're probably going to be doing similar things. Like, oh, all the grain went bad. That definitely wasn't Zentarum agents.
Yeah, but no open conflict.
Yeah. Yeah.
No organized armies fighting in the field
So I
and
think-
shit like that.
Because they're things that they're meant to be. What is it? They want to seem reasonable, and if they go around like breaking their truces that openly, like that's clearly not reasonable.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. The Roman Empire, again, is a great analogy. They would make deals with certain tribes, certain nations, and they would only break them when they were so strong that their will could not be resisted.
I suppose it's sort of like demons. Like no one would make a pact with a demon if it wasn't alluring.
Yeah. I also feel like they also don't know what our potential is, or our potential, like what they thought was wrong, kind of thing. For example, we were at like a matter of a week ago, there was no pretty much like a standing army or an army capable of taking Vunlar in the Dales.
Yeah, yeah, their
A week
intelligence
ago.
reports would not have said
Yeah.
that they could have lost Vunlar, and yet they suddenly
Yeah.
did. Yeah.
I feel like
At the drop of a hat.
Hmm.
I feel like the Zentarum probably look at us the same way as you might look at a desert scorpion. You could easily crush it underfoot, but you dare not, because if you get stung, then it's over.
It's a good analogy. Yeah, yeah. It might be a Pyrrhic victory, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But we already know that they have at least one person returning to them, telling them how large our force was, how we completely decimated. With in reality like a few minutes, especially like you said, everyone went to go or at least Bill or whatever his name is, Tarnick and Chastity, went to go watch and it was already over. So they mustered more men than what was most likely reported in like a very long time, and were smashed to pieces by them.
Yeah. So I would say perhaps send the cardinal out to tell him what's happened, and try and engage in some diplomacy. And while
And
we're
we
doing
basically, sorry, keep going. Yep.
while we're doing that, call the banners, like summon the druids, summon anybody who's willing to fight and join our army.
I don't
and
think
let the details of the negotiation take care of themselves. You know, people who actually do have the decisions, the power to make these decisions, put it in their hands while we more act as generals rather than politicians, perhaps.
How many prisoners do we have right now? Give or take.
Give what 100 or 50. Probably, let's say
Half of their
100.
fighting force?
No, I think so. Yeah, like you normally in a battle, when you defeat a unit, you don't kill every last individual.
Yeah.
That's almost never happens. Yeah, so we'll say 100 for a nice round figure.
I think we should hold on to all of them plus the cardinal, to hold as our whatchamacallit, what will make them listen to us even after we just took Vunlar. It's like, hey, we have 100 of your men along with one of your cardinals. We'd like to talk, kind of thing.
Let's use them as leverage, you mean?
Yeah. Use them as the letter opener for negotiations. False negotiations, yes, but it'll buy us time. I think they'd be more likely to at least listen to what we have to say instead of sending like 2 guys that they could easily like overpower or have nothing to show the legitimacy of what they're trying to do, you know?
Mm.
I wouldn't say bring all of them, but bring like 10 and the person, and with notifying them that we have 100 of their men when we've only brought a few, because there's no way that we'd be able to control 100 men.
Well, the thing is, I don't think the Zentarum particularly care.
Yeah,
They're bad
100 men
hostages.
is 1,000th of their force.
And if they were defeated in battle and taken prisoner, I think they would have lost all respect for them anyway. I think they'll become less than worthless in their eyes.
Hmm.
All right. Well, we've made some progress, but we still haven't made it. We haven't completed our ideas. At this stage, if you want to keep, it's up to you how you want to run this session. But at this stage, we can either just probably should make a decision. I think. Are we going to keep some hostages? Particularly, are we going to keep the cardinal? Are we going to make any proposals, and specifically, what are we going to do regarding Voonlar and to a lesser extent Teshwave? Focus on these questions.
I think we should send. Of course, this is obviously open to discussion. I think we should send a messenger saying that we heard talks of the whatchamacallit, the Zentarum offering peace, because you can't kill a messenger, right? You can, but obviously, like, it's severely frowned upon and an obvious affront. So I think we should send a messenger saying that we want to meet, let's say at like the crossroads on this day, giving that like enough time to at least notify all of the other Dales and see who's going to come help us. But like as a start, I think we should at least send a messenger in the near future.
I mean, like, who do we send though? I mean, I wouldn't want
Would it
them
make
to, like...
sense to send one of them?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd
figure if
say
you send
That's
so.
one of
the
them.
least, and not that they won't kill him, but that's the least likely to affect us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it should be the Cardinal though.
We captured at least one of their knights, the knights that were that almost smashed the Iron Vultures. You could send a knight if you don't want to send the cardinal.
Yeah, he'd be a noble, so they'd at least have a little bit of respect. If like in this era, knights are actually nobles.
Close enough.
Yeah. Roz personally, upon like, I don't know what he does, feeling his magical capabilities within himself, discovered that he wants to learn how to do teleportation circle stuff. And I want to fly to Dagger Falls and notify old boy and that of what happened, how the battle went, and then also to see if there's a permanent teleportation circle there. Because then for a round we can all, if I learn it, read it for a minute. I just have to come back and I can open up a temporary one, and for one round, anyone who steps through it can go through. So we can literally be in, if they have one, from the battlefield to Dagger Falls and instantaneously.
Hmm. So it
I also
sounds
want
like
to see if there's one in Vular.
I guarantee you there's probably one at Elmester's Tower.
Yeah. I think he went through a teleportation circle or something along those lines. I don't know.
He went through a portal, slightly different. But
Oh. I wonder if the Temple of Bane has one.
There's one
No.
in the. Speaking of the Temple of Bane, since we're no, not really yet. So at the moment you'll just have to wonder. Well, I'd like to get this established first. Yeah.
Okay. So Roz wants to play messenger boy and set up a instantaneous travel route, basically, if possible. I don't know what everyone else wants to do before
Well,
we.
my vote is to, because it's going to take time for the Zentarum leadership and for the Dale's leadership to actually start negotiating and trying to come up with some sort of deal. We dig our heels in at Voonlar as they dig theirs in at Teshwave, and we use the time that negotiations buys us to rally the banners, call the druids, call any Dale's folk that want to join this battle. And then when we do attack Teshwave, however long it takes, like a week, 2 weeks, however long it takes, we'll have a larger force.
We could build a wall.
Yeah.
A wall.
Sure, we could build palisades.
Yeah, when we dig our heels in, yeah, because it's possible that when negotiations end, the Zentarum might take the initiative and attack us first.
I think something immediately we should start working on is definitely defenses after our army rests.
If we were to unite the Dales, would that be enough forces to match theirs, or is that still not enough?
Hard question to answer.
And it also depends on like if we have people with capabilities that are higher. Like how many people did we lose?
Not a lot. Can't remember how many it was. It wasn't a lot. Lost a few of the vultures. I guess we have to find out what the number is, but I can't remember what it is.
I thought we said like 10 of the vultures or something along those lines, but I'm not sure. Or 10 men in total or something. I don't know specifically. But I think we should. What was that?
I was going to say, Bill, have you seen Braveheart, the movie Braveheart? Bill, have you seen Braveheart?
Yeah. Yes, I have.
Yeah, cool. So you know how like the English are invading Scotland. Think of the Dales as the Scottish, clans, the hillbillies, if you will, the half barbarians. And so you've got the organised might of the English army against the Scots. Theoretically, the Scots probably would have more than enough soldiers to repel the English, but they're more poorly equipped. They're not really unified. Each of them have problems of their own. Some of them are far enough away from England that it doesn't really bother them anyway. And that's kind of the situation we've got here. So to answer your question, they probably do have enough soldiers to resist at least a small force of Zentarum, but whether or not we can mobilize them is a completely different question.
Well, I was thinking more along the lines, even if it wasn't like a battle, but enough of a force to make it not worth their while
Yeah.
to go to war. Is it possible to unite is there objectives that we could do to unite the Dales, to bring in resources and put up defenses? There's the 3 main points you could attack this battle with, for this campaign.
Yeah. And then the answer is probably yes. And we've kind of already gotten that started. We've done them a few favors. Now they owe us favors. And if they don't answer our call, then that would be a stain on their honor that would last for centuries.
Yeah. How do we know guesstimating the numbers of the druids?
Oh, look, that's a strange question too. There's not a lot of druids. Maybe there's only about 25 of them. There's not a lot of druids, but the druids can call on a near infinite amount of resources. Like 1,000 crows, 100 bears, and then you've got the might of the werewolves and all the others. It's even more disparate than the Dales, but yeah, they have a near unlimited amount of satyrs and fairies and other allies that are potentially available. They might even have dragons. Who knows?
Them alone will increase our fighting capabilities like tenfold.
Not on the battlefield though, but like in raids and stuff like that. The answer is
Yeah.
that they would. They're not an army, but they
Yeah.
have unlimited gorillas.
I would never expect some druids to fight on the front lines.
Exactly.
But like, let's say there's a major supply tray coming to Tesh Wave a few days before we actually go. They just like send 100 bears, boom, or something like that. Like, great at sabotaging. Because animals, man. So what are we going to be trying to do? Trying to do besides sending messengers, and setting up defenses? I know Roz personally wants to see about teleportation circle stuff because instantaneous travel is dope.
Yeah.
What about everyone else? What do you guys want to do with the time?
Attic, just as a knowledge thing, with the map you have up, which direction are they in?
Zento Keep is their stronghold. So
they're north?
They are to the north, and they control the entire Moonsea right now. They've just completed a campaign to conquer Hillsfar, but Hillsfar is in open rebellion. And the Hillsfar is the place where you did all of your arena battles, so it's a place that you're familiar with.
If I got it right, they
and
pretty
Dagger
much
Falls.
want everything Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to say Dagger Falls over here is our headquarters, and Shadowdale is our other headquarters. Yes, as Carrick, you're saying?
Gotcha. Okay, just want to familiarize myself.
They pretty much want everything north of that like green line, like going. That'd be Vular, Tesh, Wave, Zental, Keep, Ulash, and Hillsfar, and they want to give us pretty much everything underneath it. If I got it right, with the forest belonging to no one, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not really okay with that.
I'm just saying that's their deal. That's what they want.
Oh yeah.
In fact, the line would probably be about here because that's like the narrowest point. Like.
Yeah, makes sense. So those 7 points there in the Roll20 chat, I'm in favor of that. Anybody else?
I'm in favor of it.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that might be important is equipment. Like the fact that we got split mail for all of the
Iron Vultures.
Yeah, thank you. For the Iron Vultures made a huge difference. Like better equipping our army would make a huge difference.
We have lots of sets of chainmail here, so we've got like 200 suits of chainmail or something. If that's interests you.
And what did we seize from the 100 prisoners, like weapons-wise and too? Weapons-wise, armor-wise.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. I'll tell you what they had, but that was the chainmail. Once again, I'll bring up Vernlar. Chainmail. Some of the knights all had full plate. Yeah. So in essence, we've got like we've got at least like 100 suits of chainmail and roughly 20 suits of full plate, which is a shit ton of armor. Like we're talking thousands of gold pieces there.
How many suits put plate mail?
20.
Get the message now.
And I'd assume an equal amount of swords and
precisely at lances and so on.
Were any of these like +1s or anything?
No, they're all they're exquisite mate, but they're not magical.
Okay.
I guess like a point 8 could be like aggressive like covert operations because the Zentarum will be doing that while we're like peacefully like negotiating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the other idea I had, it's a little bit risky because it would mean leaving Boonlar unattended, but we could use the month or however long it's going to take for this to conclude to raid Mithranor and increase our power level.
Uh,
I suppose we could
Nope.
check the because there's a temple, but is there like any like magic, like any like wizardry stuff in Vula?
I mean, I can do a scan with detect magic.
Otherwise, I would say I guess we just wait out the month,
Yeah.
trying to mass produce some equipment, train up any people who show up to fight, fortify the town.
I mean, I'd like to go and find stuff in Mithranor.
I think it would be a
I've
good
got
idea.
an
But
idea of a spell you could
risky.
use.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Word of Recall?
What was that?
Nah.
Word of Recall? Like one of the priestly types could take Word of Recall.
What is
I
that?
am-
It's you and up to 5 willing creatures with 5 feet of you instantly teleport to a previously designated sanctuary.
I think that has to be a religious sanctuary, though, right?
We have a temple here.
I think it has to be affiliated with your deity,
It
though.
has to be. Yeah.
Do you have?
What do you need to set up a
Hell yeah.
temple?
But I'm just saying, like, we could go raid Mithranor, and if something happens, we could just Word of Recall back nearly instantaneously and deal with whatever's happening.
I also want to see what's if they have a teleportation circle here, so that would also work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, finding out if there's a teleportation circle here already is going to be a good start.
Yeah, I feel like there should definitely be one at the Temple of Bane, especially.
Well, why don't we go and
'Cause-
check it out then?
Yeah.
I also want to
let's-
see if the rest of if the city itself had it or the town itself.
All right. So let's work on that. So first of all, the town did not have one. As for the Temple of Bane, it's on fire.
Oh.
Oh, we've been negotiating now for 2 or 3 hours. Like we've been doing this for a while, and in that time, the our forces have sacked the temple and they're burning it to the ground.
I mean, that's
Iron vultures are coming out with great chunks of black marble, the size of small dogs, and they are looting the place, plundering it, while we the generals discuss our strategy. Our forces have just gone wild.
I thought we left the Castellan in charge of them.
Thought we did too.
I'll see what happened to the Castellan and what the heck's going on.
These iron vultures, these pricks, they can't be controlled. They can't be stopped. They said that they're taking what is their due. There was nothing I could do. I wasn't going to fire on my own men.
I will.
Hold on.
But what happened with Salvation?
Are they only sacking the Temple of Bane?
That's right. They're only sacking the Temple of Bane.
I mean, I'm kind of okay with that.
Like, it's a stone building. It's not too on fire, is it?
It's a stone building, so it's not too on fire. But anything that can burn is burning. Carpets, incense, window panes. The roof has timber in it. The ropes of the bells. Yes, the roof. The roof is on fire. Yeah.
I'm familiar with this kind of raiding behavior.
Yeah. Right. Like, yeah. It's you get a couple of men with hard-ons, and sooner or later they're gonna do what all men inevitably do in that situation, and that's have a riot, get drunk and start punishing their enemies and so on.
I tried sending them here to calm them down, but evidently it
I
backfired.
think that backfired.
It just riled them up.
So should we assume that if there was a teleportation circle in there, it is probably destroyed?
That's a fair assumption. And to complete that thought, the teleportation circle was not complete. It takes a year to make a teleportation circle. A year.
Yeah.
You got to cast the spell every day, and they were in the process of establishing one, but had not completed it.
So Noel's probably just
I
annoyed
mean,
he's going to
it's
do this with his
Those
kobolds.
assholes had 40 years. How long has the temple been up? Just out of curiosity.
It's a temple to Bane, so it's only been up in the last 9 months or so. Before that, there was a temple to Zurich, but they burned that down too.
I will kind of do a ritual cast of detect magic to see if I can if there's anything magical in the temple or that's been looted from the temple that stands out. Just because I don't want any Iron Vultures to accidentally end up wearing cursed armor.
Only trinkets, things like candelabras, continual flames, and braziers that are made for sacrificial offerings and stuff like that. Nothing that's useful for combat, and nothing worth more than about 500 gold. Cloaks of billowing, junk like that.
I mean, we'll let them have the cloaks of billowing. They can look cool
Yeah.
for their ego. Oh, speaking of cloaks, Devi will pull out Luna's cloak and hand it to our new party member. Can't remember name.
Tarnok.
Tarnok. Thank you.
What is
And
this?
Say that it was we made it, or I made it myself for an old companion. However, when they departed, they left it with us. I feel it will help protect you in the
It
coming
will
fights.
be my honor to wear it.
It is a cloak of protection.
I mean, I think we're going to be spending a few days here anyway.
Yeah.
Sounds like a month, I think, was the was what I heard. A month.
Yeah,
guess-
unless we're planning to go somewhere.
And on that night, I guess I'll get 100 gallons of ale. And me and the kobolds will have a party in the Temple of Bane.
Yeah, sure. That's
in
about
the burnt out Temple of Bane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still the Temple of Bane.
That's about
2
the
platinum
extent
coins,
of.
right?
Yeah, it's about the extent of all the alcohol in the town. But Chastity can. She's a merchant. She can go and ship some more up from somewhere else.
They just
Dagger
sort of get
Falls.
drunk and smash things.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have you unleash the inner dragon, as you start knocking over marble statues and shattering their component parts.
Like, other people can
Imagine how
join
much
in.
of an
Like, this is like
insult.
mainly for the kobold.
Haha.
Imagine how much of an insult it must be for Bane to have his temple sacked, burnt down, and then have kobolds party in the remains.
Basically humping the and yeah, it's pretty
It's like
extreme.
burning meat in like your like ceremonial sense. Braziers.
So it's at this point that Bane superhero lands right in the courtyard of the temple.
Yeah, that's right. Roll for
Yeah.
initiative.
It's just Bane himself turns.
Yeah.
I cast Spanish.
Danish.
He
Yes, Banish.
he crosses a line at kobolds dry humping his altars.
Unfortunately, I think. I mean, it's a baseless like assumption, but I think Bane has legendary resistance. Like it's only like a small.
I cast Banish again. I know he's got like 3 of them. It's okay.
So one thing that I want to do while we're here, and the bells are they all like inoperable now?
The short answer is yes, but we would think of a way. We would
Okay.
levitate them or something. Like a lack of rope is not going to stop us.
Okay. Yeah, I want to gather the town, and firstly, I want to see if anyone wants to join the fight.
Oh,
Train them as much as we can in a month.
sure. Make a persuasion roll. It's not a very big town, and it's likely that any soldiers that were already gathered by the Baneites. Yeah, everyone basically
reroll
says
it.
no, Sorry.
One of inspiration that.
Sure, we should explain to Bill at this stage how we do inspiration. So once per session, Bill, every player can re-roll a d20 roll just once, and that's what Raz has just done. He's used his inspiration for the session. So yeah, it's pretty simple. One free d20 re-roll. Has to be a d20, has to be your roll, but that's about it. All right. With the persuasion of 14, none of the locals want to join you. As far as they're concerned, your attempts are doomed. You know, they've been Zentarum citizens the majority of their lives. Most of them are under 40 years old, and therefore they were born into Zentarum rule. So as far as they're concerned, you're the rebels. Your short-term plan is going to crumble, but the people who will fight for you are the 100 soldiers that you've captured.
Oh yeah.
Oh, were they conscripts?
Kind of like they were convert or dies type people. Some of them served Cyric, some of them are just street kids, some of them are farmers, but conscripts is the right word, yeah. And so they've been conscripted into the Zentarum army, and yeah, they rather than remaining prisoner and facing execution, they will serve you if you will accept them.
I'm willing to. Who were they before? Like, did any of them stand out? Like, any of them have a reputation before?
No.
Okay.
Apart from the knights, but then the knights aren't going to serve you anyway because they're loyal to Bane. They value their soul more than their lives.
All right. Where are they from? Or are
Most
they
of them are local,
all...
yeah.
Okay.
Voonlar or the Moonsea.
Okay. So they're just fighting men of conquered towns and shit.
Precisely. Like one might have been a butcher and a baker and a candlestick maker, but they were given a sword and told to hold Voonlar against elves and anyone else who might come along.
That explains why they willingly surrendered 100 of them.
Yeah.
So,
You can die in like the plant growth by the napalm, or you can surrender.
yeah.
Right? Yeah, you should have seen it, Bill. It was awful. They basically, the Zentarum soldiers were hiding in the wheat fields. We used plant growth to choke the wheat fields so that they couldn't move, and then we sent in cloud kill, which is basically fucking chlorine gas, to overrun them like a lawnmower. They were fucked. They didn't have
But
a chance.
Wow.
a metamagic fire cloud kill, so a
Yeah,
cloud
it
of
was
sulfur and flame.
yeah.
It was awful, and so yeah, the soldiers are like, well, we don't want to face that again, you know. Yeah, we will join you instead.
It was just like, the cloud kill is faster than the people trying to run away. So like,
Yeah,
I was
they
having
can
a
only
good
move.
time.
They can only move at 5 feet around. The cloud kill moved at 10. It was a very slow trying to run away.
It was a horror story. There's no doubt about it. They're traumatized.
When they finally surrendered, it was like 10 feet away from them. So like, it would have killed them next turn.
Sounds terrifying.
You can always watch the YouTube video that
Just
they
remember, we're
posted.
the good guys.
We are the good
Yeah.
guys. That's right. Yeah, we use the mustard gas that makes us the good guys. Anyway, yeah, you have further comment?
Roz himself was already a bad guy, so he's the designated bad guy of the group. He can do shit like this, and no one bats an eye because they're used to it.
So let's get back on focus and maybe even move along so we don't get bogged down completely with just one issue. It looks like we've made some decisions. We've got the hostages, so we're converting them to our army, presumably they stay loyal. We're staying here in Voonlar for a full month while we reinforce it, and during that time you might go back and forth to Dagger Falls as commanders, as individuals, but the army is staying here. That's probably the main thing. The Cardinal is going to remain one of our prisoners. We've stripped the enemy, of course, and re-equipped our guys again, of course, and nothing revolutionary about that.
Is there a forge in town?
Voonlar, does Voonlar have a forge? They would have a forge suitable for horseshoes and nails, and Zentarum would have converted that to more militaristic means. So it's
Production.
not a weapon. Yeah, exactly. It's not really suitable for weaponsmithing or armor smithing, but it's perfectly fine for maintenance. You know, you could fix the links on chains, for example, but you couldn't make a suit of full plate.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
last week me and Devi talked about
Could-
using magic to create a palisade.
Right.
'Cause
That's
we-
right. Yeah, I was thinking about using fabricate to make a palisade because each casting of fabricate would get about, I think I calculated out what 40 feet length of palisade.
Sure.
And I was going to use a plant growth to pretty much create like an uncrossable like moat around most of it as well.
Yeah, sure. And then, and over the course of a month, then surely you'd be able to, if not get the entire town, then at least get part of it and make some kind of defensive system. Yeah, so that's fine.
Also,
It's going to take time though.
yeah. How hard would it be, even with like fabricate, to upgrade the forge to be able to reforge armor? Like use a lot of this metal to make better armor.
The time involved would be phenomenal. A single suit of plate mail takes about a month to create.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. And probably close to the same for splint.
Something like that, yeah. Like maybe half of that, and then we get down to the problem of not enough hands, not enough skilled people. Yeah.
What is there anything in Boonlore that is like a defensive military weapon, like ballista or cannons?
No, they have no siege weapons here. No.
How hard would it be for Devi to make cannons? Because I know that she studied one because we took it back to Castle Daggerdale.
Do we even have smoke powder? Do we even have the gunpowder to fire a cannon?
Yeah, we don't have.
We have Flint's bag of smoke power.
Oh yeah, we do have Flint's bag. It'd only be enough for like a shot or two, though.
Yeah, I think he has enough for like 100 rifle shots, which is probably 10 cannon shots.
Hey, that's better than nothing if just to set up temporary defenses.
I mean, we could almost use the smoke powder better to make traps with it and just have it explode on people.
We do have a dude manufacturing smoke powder for us back in like Ashenburn Ford or something. Every month he'll be sending us another barrel. So yeah, we have a steady supply, but but 1 month is only one barrel.
Do we have firearms or a way to make firearms?
No one knows how to do it.
Okay.
I think we'll have to travel a long way to get those secrets.
Yeah.
How about capabilities to make ballista? I don't know how
That's a
hard they
little
are
bit
to make.
easier. Yeah, that'd be a little bit easier. Need rope and wood and an engineer. I don't know if we have any engineers aside from Debbie.
I mean, I can make one. Like, fabricate, basically, if I have the skill to make it, I just make it over the course of the spell.
All right. Well, look. The express purpose of this was to not get bogged down with these ideas.
Right?
So
Yeah.
let's just assume that we are building defenses for Voonlar, and we are going to be here for a month, and then we can move on.
Yeah, well,
I was just worried about.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just saying I was worried about because you never know. I didn't know if we wanted these things in place for sure if in case a battle starts.
Yeah. We'll work that out if we come to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Carrick.
Because I wanted to do like a small ceremony for like the kobolds because get them to be a bit more serious. Because I got the blue wool from before, and I just noticed there was dressmakers to make like little like neckerchiefs and just be like, this is like, because the Zentarm symbols like that dragon going down. It's like because like they didn't hide, like they fought the dragon of the north, like they are like more than just kobolds, and like award each one of like a blue little like neckerchief just to like, oh, we are like proper like, know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Hold on, let me see one thing.
Like, you guys, you fought the dragon of the north, so like we're like the dragons of the south.
Yeah, the kobolds appreciate that. They like it. They think that this is a lot of fun, raiding temples, and they can't wait to raid another one.
Was there anything that the people wanted of us when we called the little town meeting? Anything brought it?
They're not really interested in making demands. They don't know you guys, and they don't expect your reign to last very long anyway. Trade. They would like trade to reopen with the South, but even the people that make those decisions aren't really locals anyway. They're transient merchants who are only able to deal with the Moonsea. So yeah, so opening trade routes with Shadowdale and Daggerdale and lands beyond would be adequate.
Of course. I also want to see if, like, how long have the conscripts been part of the Centaurum, or even the Knights? How long have they been there?
The Knights are an established fighting force. They haven't been in Voonlar particularly long, less than 9 months since that's when Bane took over. The conscripts, it's a lot harder to tell. Some of them have been there for 10 years and some for 10 days. In either case,
I
they're
want to
shit
see.
fighters.
Okay. I want to see if anyone, like, we just took over a city that's been controlled by the Zentarum for 40 years. There's some people who are intertwined with, like, the normies, the citizens, not just fighters, you know? People who are sided with the Zentarum, I feel like, are anywhere that they would have been occupying for this long. I want to see if any of either the conscripts or even the
Zentari
cardinal,
sympathizers.
yeah,
Are you looking for
or
like
any.
signs of rebellion?
The
Yeah.
majority of them are Zentarum synthesizers. Like, none, these guys don't think that you are going to win, and so their loyalties remain Zentarum. The majority of the town they are Zentarum people. They might be ethnically Dale Landers, but they are philosophically Zentarum members.
Do they willingly worship Bane?
Why not? Yeah, they do. Yeah, the answer is they do. Bane is a strong god. You know, like, again, using the Roman, Mars is a god of war. That doesn't mean that people hated Mars. You know, he was strong, he was powerful, he was a conqueror, he was victorious, he was masculine. And the same attributes can be attributed to Bane as well.
So we've
Yeah.
occupied a hostile town.
Yeah, right. That's right. And it's not particularly hostile, but it is very much a rival. This is culturally part of the Moonsea, ethnically Dales, but culturally part of the Moonsea. And so, as far as they're concerned, you are the usurpers.
Okay.
Does it make sense to try and find if there's a way to change their loyalties?
Yeah, potentially there is. It might take time though. Yeah, it might take like you can start handing out pamphlets and giving sermons and the like. That might be very effective. But ultimately, this is obviously not going to happen overnight. It took a generation for the Baneites to establish their rule. It might take a generation to get rid of it.
I think like bring in like the Dale Lands bards, maybe like slowly start bringing back in the culture.
Yeah, that would be a thing for, like, at least a generation, though. What I'm kind of more concerned with in this respect would be these people haven't occupied it and the Zentarum aren't the best kind of thing. What were the things that were specifically prohibited that are kind of should be like human rights kind of things? Or were the Zentarum this bad?
They were pretty bad, but they were also like relatively light-handed because they had other concerns, and they long since crushed any resistance anyway. So Harper membership is illegal. It's a police state here, right? They restrict trade with certain people. They don't have much. They don't worry about ethnicity very much. They don't care if you're an elf or a goblin or an orc. They judge you whether you are an elf or a goblin or an orc, but it's not like Hillsfar where being an orc is illegal. Yeah, so it's a militarily occupied town. You could, I guess, you could lighten the grip, but that could also backfire, since, as we know, they are sympathizers.
And it's probably like very like oppressive, like the system. Like you can't just become a candle maker.
Yeah.
You probably have to like go to
Yeah.
the candle maker who already exists and like persuade him to give you like a writ to. I can also build up like a candle maker shop. And why would the other candle maker ever allow you to do that?
Yeah, that's right. Maybe here's something. Perhaps you could, get rid of taxation. Their taxation was probably very high. If you want to declare that there is no taxes, then that is likely to go down quite well.
And it will put them in
I
line with the rest
don't
of the
think-
Dales.
Yeah. We don't have any severe authority on taxes right now, anyways, outside of the Dales, the Daggerdale.
I'm saying, does Dykerdale even have taxes?
They don't have income taxes, but they do have merchant taxes. Yeah. They have a flat tax every year. People are supposed to donate 10% of their worldly wealth to the state.
Mhm.
I suppose
But most people just fucking don't.
gonna say,
They just don't.
supposed
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's
And
also,
Randall Morn doesn't throw you in prison for not paying your
There's
taxes,
also-
so no one does.
it's got quite a lot of symbolism if you bring them in line with the rest of the Dales as well. Because it's like they don't pay
Yeah.
taxes, you don't pay taxes. We're
Yeah.
all Dales. It might make them might put them on that road back towards being Dales.
Yeah. For the time being, no tax. During the war efforts, there will be no taxation.
Sounds good.
If everyone else is in agreement with that.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Because we're not increasing the taxes on other people. We're doing it on IOUs.
I don't think there's probably like
Um,
a lot of like outstanding fines and things because it's probably quite an oppressive state. Like, might be a good idea
Yeah.
just to, like,
Yeah.
say all of that is gone now. You've been absolved, like for any like minor like crimes imposed by the Zentarm that shouldn't have been crimes.
Yep. If that's a decision that's made, it goes down very well. You free Johnny for selling drugs, for example. He's been thrown in prison for 5 years for dealing in illegal poisons or for being a member of the Harpers or whatever, and
It's like
you get rid of all that. Yeah.
it's like little Timmy stole like a loaf of bread from like one of the Zentarm soldiers. It's like 10
Mhm.
years hard labor. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah, let's just
Yeah.
absolve. Let's get rid of that.
Yeah. Absolutely, that works. Yeah.
I was trying to think of what I was going to say. There's something to do with the long. Oh, I don't want to outlaw Baneism or whatever it's called. If
Sounds
they want
good.
to worship, they can still worship. That comes to the question: are we going to completely destroy the Temple of Bane, or leave it as is, or have them move the more religious stuff that hasn't been touched by the
I mean, the Iron Vultures
Iron
gone through it,
Vultures
and
right
then the
now?
Kobolds went through it. I don't think there's much left.
What they can't, or set up a place of worship that isn't the current Temple of Bane. Like
Set up,
allow
like,
them to do that.
a more like
Just
appropriately
like
sized area.
Yeah.
a small altar or something like that, just like
Yeah.
you would have to other smaller deities. That
Sure.
isn't necessarily the town deity.
Yeah. You're not going to be put to the sword for praying to Bane at the dinner table or whatever they do.
Because I suppose if you have the other gods, then like Bane will eventually die out. 'Cause, like, why
Yeah.
would you choose to worship Bane when you could worship like the plethora of good gods who actually care about you?
Mm.
Yeah, but we're not going to ask them to do that overnight.
Yeah, no, my point was like if you just say worship who you want, like, I think
Yeah.
people will gravitate towards the non-evil ones.
Most likely, particularly a war god that fails at war is,
I'm gonna say, like,
not that
if
attractive.
you could choose like a
Yeah.
god from D&D and it would become a real god in real life, who would pick Bane?
Only, members of the Illuminati, basically. Only the
I think
the
Arctic
people that
might.
control the show.
I mean, like you,
Arctic could pick Syracuse. He's chaotic evil, not lawful evil.
Oh,
it's
my
like I
bad.
think most people would pick something like Shaun T.
And speaking of Shanti, who is the fertility goddess, the god of farms and of agriculture, and arguably the oldest god in the world, She is extremely popular. These are an agricultural community, and thus they will naturally gravitate towards her because they already do. They might pay lip service to Bane, but every time they plant their harvest or plant their seeds or harvest their crops, they praise Vun Shantia. Anyway, once again, these are minor details, and while they are important and while they do help, and again, if you guys don't mind discussing this, we can discuss it all day. I have no problem with that. But if you do feel like this is dragging on, and then we can move on to something else. It's up to you.
After I'm fine with moving on, but after like a long rest, how long will it take for me to get to Dagger Falls if I turn into a flying animal?
If you turn into a flying animal, I think you can travel. It'll take about a day.
Okay.
Maybe
I want
2
to
days.
I want to wait on old birdie boy.
Yeah.
If y'all are fine with me taking him with me. And we can go together. If anyone's opposed to me going by myself to see if there's a teleportation circle in Dagger Falls or Castle Daggerdale, I might even try to stop at Shadowdale because we have a month and go to the Tower of Elminster and see about that. Or if they have
See if there's
another
a
one.
circle there.
Yeah. Because I basically, if I'm going to pick up the spell, everywhere we go, I want to see if there's a teleportation circle. Voonlar is the only outlier so far, but I can fly there in a day from Dagger Falls.
I'll answer those quickly, and by all means, we can roleplay it out more, or we can get an explanation. But just for some answers, Shadowdale has a teleportation circle. It's inside Elminster's Tower. Elminster's Tower is currently malfunctioning, for want of a better word. It's a wild magic zone. So you probably don't want to use a teleportation circle that is known to be functioning with wild magic. Who knows where the fuck it's going to send you? Dagger, Randall Morn tells you that there is no teleportation circle, but you don't get the feeling that he's being entirely honest. But the words that he gives you is no, there is no teleportation. Dagger Falls, Castle Daggerdale, I don't think had one at all. You would have seen it if there was one. I don't think we did see it.
The Dales isn't like an established epicenter. Like it's not a place that would have a lot of them. I don't feel.
They're really expensive to make, and you have to be high level to use them. And anyone who's high level enough to use them just teleports themselves instead. You don't have to move troops of 100. Moving 100 people would deplete 20% of the population of the entire bloody town.
Oh, we're back on this map. I can use like the thumbnail again.
I was just looking to see if there was a teleportation circle in the torture chamber. There is not. So your Castle Daggerdale does not have a teleportation circle.
With that, what is the teleportation circle in Elminster's Tower? Is it accessible, or will I have to go through the puzzles and shit again?
It's potentially accessible, but like I said, if you use it, there's no guarantee that it's going to send you where you want to go.
Oh, it's like a last resort thing, and it's.
Then yeah, it's available.
Okay, because I want to just.
Is that something we can deal with?
Probably not. In fact, almost certainly not. Elminster is an epic wizard. He's got like above level 20, and he couldn't solve the problem, so no, we wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, I just with that, I just want to. I don't want to use it to go anywhere. I want to use it to as an escape route, maybe, or if we have to travel from one side of the world or the other, really fast.
The potential is there, but you just don't know if it's going to cast Disintegrate on you when you arrive there.
Because I suppose like
Okay.
if they say that Vula, because if we're reading like Myth to North, like Vula's being attacked, it's like we need to be there like tomorrow. Like that might be worth
Yeah.
it. Like,
It might be worth it. It also might send you to another plane of existence, and then you are fucked.
What
So
does?
yeah, it's an option, but it's a really bad option.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does Randall Morn think of what happened in Vular? Because I came over here
Good
to
question.
also inform him and what he wants done with his men.
Yeah, he needs his men back. Yeah, he needs his men back since they could easily just march from Teshwave and ignore Voonlar completely and just come and smash Dagger Falls. Like, honestly, Dagger Falls is a better asset than Voonlar anyway. It's as we know, it's on the Black Road, and so it's therefore more important. So he wants his men back. He thinks it's the victory is great. He congratulates you on it. But he's anticipating that this is going to have some really dire consequences for it. He's a guerrilla himself. He fought a guerrilla war for 40 years, so he appreciates what you've done. But he's also an old man, and old men tend to be pessimistic and realistic. And his pessimistic, realistic view is that we are going to get our asses kicked because of what you've done.
I think for the moment, like this is like not ceasefire. What's it like a stalemate? Because
Yeah.
we're not
ceasefire might be the right word. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Because we're not big enough to take Teshwave, but if they like
No.
attack Dagger Falls, we'll just take Teshwave from Vular.
Potentially, right?
If
yeah,
Teshwave
yeah.
attacks Vular, Dagger Falls will just come up, like we'll take Teshwave. So we can't take them, and they can't realistically take us.
It's something like that, yeah. Particularly when they're still struggling to contain Hillsfar and Flan and the other Moonsea towns. They've already conquered enough places only to watch them burn in the fires of rebellion to know that that's exactly what's going to happen if they take on Dagger Falls as well. Dagger Falls didn't give up. They fought a 40-year guerrilla campaign war to finally take it back, and that level of tenacity, you don't forget about it. It's like Baghdad. It's never gonna stop burning. Sorry, yeah, keep going.
Does it have walls?
Dagger Falls, it does, yeah.
Yeah, because if we put the palisade up, that means they'd have to siege either one, and then the other place will just take Teshwave. They'll lose their supplies, and you can't really outlast people like in a fortification when you don't have supplies.
And this will be before your time, but we smashed their siege engines. They were building them up here on the edge of the forest, in like the Zentarum logging camp, and we smashed the logging camp. So they've lost access to their siege to the production of siege equipment.
If we want to take a break to go and do Myth Drenor, or anything else, this would be the time to do it. Like they can't march on this at all.
Yeah.
With that, that's depending on if they agreed to the ceasefire for negotiations to take place in a month, which we would have already had if I've had time to go around that much.
I think that's what I'm getting with. What's it called? It's like a stalemate. They can't do anything at the moment.
I'm asking if I'm asking Arctic, did they agree to the ceasefire or
they don't send back any message one way or the other. They receive your message and don't reply.
What did old Birdie Boy have to report?
That they're on the defensive. They've got 2,500 soldiers, including Sembians, and including mercenary berserkers. So there's about 2,000 Zentarum soldiers. They've got a light cavalry of about 100. They've got a whole bunch of grenadiers, the Sembian grenadiers. They've got hundreds of berserker mercenaries. People we call Northmen, the people that we met down at remember that hill, Gundarak Hill. We evaded their army. What else have they got? We got rid of the goblins, and they've still got all the gnolls, 100 or so gnolls. So their force is still close to 2,500 soldiers, and there's only 1,500 citizens It's a huge fucking army compared to the amount of food that they produce. They have to be importing food, or there'd be no way to support that level. He he didn't go in there and talk to anyone. He's a giant black bird after all. He'd kind of stand out. So all he could really deliver to us is numbers and his own personal assessment, and that is that although we smashed the Goblin Fort, that probably reduced their combat effectiveness by less than 10%.
Like, you keep saying that there's so many people there with this imported food. Like, we could probably sneak it in, because you said it's disgruntled merchants. So we could probably get them. We could probably persuade them to destroy most of their stock so the Zentarm can't get it. And if we can stop food going in, they very quickly have to change their plans.
Mm-hmm.
So not openly siege it, but just if we take their source of food away, they have to do something. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So which way does this river flow?
From the mountains to the sea.
Yeah.
Oh,
So west to east.
West to east.
So if they're getting food, it's probably not coming up that river from Zental.
No. Or they can, but it would be more difficult. But most likely, since they're in control of the Moonsea, their food is probably coming from Ulash. And what's above Teshwave?
I'll show us a bigger map. There might not be much to see, but maybe there is. I don't know. Moonsea is over here.
So Citadel of the Raven, is that one of their big strongholds?
That's their true stronghold. Zental
Okay.
Keep is just their. Well, people think that the Zental Keep is a stronghold. It's not anymore. The Citadel of the Raven is where the real leadership is.
Do we know that?
I think we do. Yeah.
Okay.
There are 2 roads. That dotted line, is that a road?
Yeah, the dotted lines are roads. That's right.
Okay, so if there's that dotted line and that solid line to Ulash, because we could get Dale's folk just to do guerrilla warfare and just stop all the food going into Teshwave.
That would be more of an active war. We won't be able to do that right now.
I mean, we don't have to say it's us doing it. They can spell there's bandits about.
Yes.
Like
for
the
the
just peed on my floor.
For the north side between Citadel of the Raven and Teshwave, I'd actually think that the Druids would be best for that if they would agree to it. Which
So starving off Teshwave. I mean, so they're not responding to the parlay request. Is that what I'm hearing?
Not yet.
yeah.
Not. But it's only been a few days, and in a war machine, a strictly hierarchical war machine like the one we've got, they probably have to talk to the Citadel of the Raven. But they haven't gotten back to us. Is the answer?
Oh. We can send a messenger a week, and we also have scouts set up to watch to see about enemy movement. So if they are mobilizing, we'll know a little bit ahead of time. And I want more I know we're not supposed to get deep into it, but I want one where it's like a chain system to where you don't have to be basically at Teshwave and go all the way back to Voonlar, have messenger relays basically. So we would know kind of fast.
That's a lot to set up a Pony Express system, which is effectively what that is. You just switch off messengers or horses.
Yeah, but let's say 3 people getting the message across or something like that, but we won't get too deep into it.
Yeah.
Would Are we like legitimate allies with the border force right now? Or would they have a problem with
Basically,
me?
yes. Mm.
Okay. So like if I wanted on, since I'm going to be in Dagger Falls, want to notify the druids that one, we've taken Vunlar, two, we've taken out the Goblin Fort, and we may need their assistance in attacking Tesh Wave in the coming months.
Yeah, absolutely. So you pass the message on.
Mhm.
The druids are the opposite of Zentarum. They have no real hierarchy to speak of, and thus it's the same kind of situation. Whereas it takes forever to get a message back from the Zentarum bureaucracy. It takes them forever to get a message back from the border forest too, due to their disorganization.
Okay.
Can I do like the what's it called? What's the message spell sending to what's her name? The one gal that the moon druid who got elected.
The really short one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ace.
Yeah.
Ace, yeah. I can just send a message to Ace and be like, hey, Ace, this is what's going on. You can reply to this message.
Yeah, and she does.
Leaves a voicemail.
What the fuck do you want?
Debbie.
If I'll ask her, like, if it comes to that, would she be able to have her people ambush potential caravans in the Dragon Pine Mountains, heading between the Citadel of Raven and Teshwave?
She said she thought you'd never ask.
You can also eat anyone that you kill, like you do.
Yep.
While I'm at the border forest,
I'll send her another message. Thank you. We appreciate
Oh.
you.
XO. While I'm at the border forest, do they have a teleportation circle that they'd let me study?
They have the 7 circles.
They ain't letting you near that, buddy.
I know. I thought I'd ask since we're like allies.
I mean, it might be better to not have you go to the border forest at all and just me send messages to whoever we need to talk to over there.
Well, we have right now. There's no safe means of fast traveling, and I think we.
Well, no, there's a sorry, it's a spell called sending. Basically, I can send a message to anyone I know, and they can.
I mean,
they just hear it.
I get that. I'm saying, as like a player and as a character, I want a way to move around pretty fast. You know, and we have none at this time. Like,
Yeah, but I don't think any place in the Daggerdale, in the Dalelands in general, has it. That's the problem. It's not a major, like, that's a major metropolis type of thing to have set up, and or like if you're going to be moving troops through like they were planning here, like that's not necessarily a something you set up in a small town or a
You'd have to like go to powerful like spellcasters instead
Yeah.
of
like the druids and the border forest.
It's an arcane spell. It's not their cup. It's not the type of spells they would use. They use tree stride. They just go from tree to tree. It's fine. Like it's not. It's an arcane ability, and that's not the type of magic they would use.
The worst thing they can say is they don't have one.
it's sort of like going to them asking for
whatever.
something you know they don't have. I mean, you can do it. Like we have 30 days.
Fine. Roz won't ask if there's a means of travel to the border forest from across the world. I guess going around. I guess we're heading back since there's nowhere to do, nothing to do. So
Like,
what, a day?
If it was in, like, what is it? If we were in the other place, Forgotten, across the continent, it would be a good idea. Like, we'd drop in Waterdeep and find one. But like, I don't like. This is small villages.
Hmm.
This is mostly small villages, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, I would just. There's always a chance, you know. And like I said, personally, I feel that the worst thing that can happen is they don't have one, or they won't allow me to use one, or you know, they have one. There's one of three options: either they have one, they don't, or they won't let me use it.
I suppose we have 30 days. You might as well try.
Yeah, but I guess not. So heading back. Be back in a day.
All right.
What's going on in Vunlar?
Nothing, no change. We've dug some trenches, we've built some palisades and some walls, we've re-equipped some soldiers. We've, it's basically everything that we wanted to happen is happening at about the pace we expected it.
In my week-long escapade around the Dales, did anyone in the party do anything cool?
I've been using my 2 castings of Fabricator Day to build a palisade wall. So just building, basically, you see walls just kind of constructed around the city of Vunlar. At about, it would be about 80 feet long a day. So I don't know how long it's going to take to surround the city.
And I guess as well as the walls, there's also like a dense, nearly impassable like sea of like weeds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be able to use move earth to help you create some defenses as well.
Yep, and I can also do sending to to talk to people in like Battledale and other people we've done a solid for.
So you're sending those instant messages instead of messengers, which is dope.
Yeah. Yep. It's just a 3rd level spell, and it's it's 25 words per spell, but like they can also reply to it too.
I suppose in terms of cool things, I guess Nubble would be spending the time like trying to win over like the kobolds to his way of thinking about the Dales.
Yep. And I'd imagine our pit fighter friend would be teaching people how to fight. I don't know. What do you think, Bill? What would you be doing?
Yeah, I've been challenging people to challenge me every day to new fights, giving somebody opportunities, training people in that way.
Excellent.
I'll show you how to fight by beating you up. It's fine.
I don't know how we would do this, but did anyone level up from the fight, like NPC wise? I don't know if we're going to go that deep into them.
Say that again.
Did anyone increase their level NPC wise from the
It'll
fight?
take a month. It'll take a month. So at the end of the month, they will. Yeah.
Okay.
Only the ones who got involved. Not all of our soldiers actually did anything, and the ones that didn't really do anything, didn't see conflict, don't level up, for want of a better word. The Iron Vultures are already at the point where they can't really level up. Like you don't get much beyond veterans until you become a champion, and that's a hell of a jump. So the short answer is yes. Some of our soldiers have grown in power, but until we get involved in another full-scale battle, I don't think we need to worry about the administration of it.
Okay. So
Just as a note, over the time I have being a totem. I have the ability to commune with the nature as a ritual each
Good.
day. I can see things that are going on within 3 miles, so I've been doing that every morning. to see if there's anything going on within 3 miles of the town.
Good call. Make an insight check. Yeah, make an insight check. Debbie can explain how to do that if you're unsure.
Got it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so there's not much that you learn. As far as you're able to tell, life returns to normal. People go back to their fields and do farming. They spend time with their wives and celebrate birthdays. And the general scuttlebutt is that this is only temporary, that the Zentarum are going to come back. But there's nobody, I don't know, planting bombs or anything, there's still trade going on. Do you restrict trade between Voonlar and the Moonsea? Do you say to all merchants you're not allowed to go north?
I honestly think that would be best. But what does everyone else think?
I think that we need to show that, because I think we want to bring them on side, and we want because trade house isn't the way the Dales do things, because that's restricting freedoms.
Yeah.
So you might want to say, like, we're Dales, we're going to treat you like Dales, and you will remember your heritage.
I mean, I'm fine with them trading to the south, but people who are against our cause leaving every day, probably giving reports on exactly what we're doing, telling them exactly what defenses we've been making over the past few days, over the past month, tell them how many forces we gather, if we gather any.
I mean, they probably already know all that stuff already.
Yeah, like they have a nightmare that can turn invisible, bro. Like, what are they going to know from merchants that they can't find other ways? You know what I mean? And it makes it less likely for the people to be against us if we allow them, to do what they want.
And all their contacts
Like-
are in, because the Zentarum definitely banned trade to the south. So
Yeah.
if we say you can't trade to the north, we're basically telling everyone, okay, you're fired, start your job again.
Yeah, that's right. You
Yeah.
need to reestablish all
And
contacts that you haven't had for 40 years.
now they have the freedom to have trade to both the north and the south. So that's a big thing for them
And
too.
remember, in the long term, there's no taxes in the south. It's going to be more lucrative, no matter what the Zentarum do. So eventually, people will just be like, I don't get taxed if I go south, but I will if I go north. So I'm willing to trade to the south. The only reason to trade to the north, if given freely the choice, is loyalty to the Zentarum. And if you do something like that, they'll probably go you're an idiot. Just take more money.
Yeah. I mean, unless there's specific goods they're looking for up there, but even then, it is what it is.
Ultimately, I'm just a kobold. It's your choice.
Is there any limitations on how many times I can use the staff to see invisibility, or every hour that I'm awake, I just cast see invisibility using it?
Does it have charges?
Yeah, does it have charges? Yeah.
What's it called?
No, just require spells while holding the rod. You can use an action to cast one of the following spells. And there's protective aura and
What
alertness.
stuff is this?
A rod of alertness.
All right, and it doesn't have charges. Doesn't have a limited thing. Then you can use it all the time, I guess.
Okay. Well, I want to have see invisibility going in all of my waking hours. So if I see a mare that doesn't expect me to see it, a nightmare, I mean, yeah. So that's the thing.
Yeah, there's no sign of the nightmare, no, which is a horse that can turn ethereal like a ghost.
Yet. Wait, is it invisible or ethereal? Does it go into another plane, or
it's
does it
both.
become invisible? Okay.
It's both. It goes ethereal, but ethereal creatures can be seen with the invisibility.
Okay. Yeah. So, do we want to go to Mithranor? Bear in mind that it would take Teshwave probably the same amount of time to get to Voonlar as we would if we were notified as they started moving, which is unrealistic.
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
For the party, we're in Voonlar. We were talking of going to Mithranor. We have no way that I'm aware of to get from Mithranor back to Voonlar before Teshwave would get to Voonlar if we were notified that they were moving towards it.
Short answer is no.
Yeah. If anything, we'd get there at exactly the same time. That's really pushing it.
You wouldn't get there at the same time, most likely, because
Yeah.
traveling through the forest is going to be slower than traveling along a road.
Question. What's her name still in town?
Chastity?
No, Poison Gal.
Oh, Needles. Yeah.
I'll ask if she has access to sending stones.
No, but she has access to a extensive network of messengers. She's got underlings who do her bidding. It's not immediate, but it's somewhat reliable.
Okay, I was hoping for.
Seems that the messaging isn't going to help because even if we left at the exact same time, we wouldn't make it back in time.
Don't think so. Not without teleportation, and we don't have that. I don't believe.
No.
Not unless Dahlia had picked up Word of Recall, but then again, I don't know what deity Dahlia has or how that would work if you don't have a deity.
It's Saloon.
Okay.
Is there a way in with the fortifications we did over the month? Is there a way we can just make it so it would take longer for them to get to us?
I mean, with a wall,
really.
have the sieges at least.
Yeah, I mean, like the theory is, you're not wrong. But if they bring us 2 or 3 ballistae and a dozen manticores, the siege is going to last 12 hours, and then it's over, right? Yeah.
Is there a temple to Saloon in Voonlar?
No, there's a temple to Shauntia though.
Okay.
And they would let you set up a shrine to Saloon.
Would that satisfy the spell?
Sure, answer is yes. Yeah.
Well, if that works, then I can just take Word of Recall. That solves that problem.
All right. It doesn't solve your problems of getting the message, but we might be able to think of something for that too.
Can you can you do a sending to the spy we have in that town?
Just like once a day, send a message to the thing, and then wait for a reply like that. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, sure. Needles is intending to stay here. She's not necessarily on our side, we might point out. She seems to be friendly, but her connection to us is that she is a member of a thieves guild with which we are friendly with members of. So so she is an assassin by training, a thief by association, and therefore an excellent spy as long as you don't expect loyalty.
It's the highest bidder kind of thing.
Right.
What about the kind of kooky Harper?
Oh yeah. She's right on your side. Yeah, or apparently at least. Yeah.
She's on Tarnok's side.
She'd probably be more on your side if she could ride Tarnok for a night. That might win her over. But no, she's very much appears to be friendly, relatively well informed. Being a bard or a minstrel, whatever you want to call it, by training, she's pretty good at distributing and gathering information.
Okay, I might.
That might be a worthwhile spy to have in Teshway.
Yep. Well, in Vunlar,
Yeah.
to keep an eye on Teshway for us while we're off in Mithranor,
Mhm.
have the message go to her, because I trust her to be less likely to be bought off by the Zentarum being a harper.
I mean, we
What
could
about the
just use-
Castellan?
He couldn't control. Like I don't.
Oh,
He
not
failed
the
us
Castellan. never mind.
slightly. That wing weeb
Um.
like bird. That guy.
Uh,
You know the aerial scout we have. Why not him?
Oh yeah, that'll work.
Oh yeah.
one thing.
Because if you pick someone without that's not scouting, the most they can say is we're under attack or we're not under attack. The flying guy can say, "Oh, they're clearly preparing to move out now," and then that would be the ideal. And would get there ahead of them.
Yep, that's actually the better idea.
Yeah. So
All right.
So we have
Yeah.
we have a way to instantly get back. We have a way to be instantly notified. I think we're okay.
what was
I
the
think we're
instantly
okay.
back
Yeah.
one?
Word of
It's
recall.
yeah, it's
Oh.
a cleric spell.
Yeah,
You and up to
6th
5
level.
willing creatures, so up to 6 people.
Okay.
I was going to take Sunbeam, but I'll take one for the team.
I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is where wizards kind of excel, right? In the
Right.
the flexibility of just having it in the spellbook and not having to dedicate part of your character resources to a contingency that may never arise.
Well, I'm a sorcerer.
I know. That's my point. Is that it hurts you to take word of recall,
yeah,
whereas
yeah.
a wizard it doesn't hurt at all. It's just
Wizard privilege.
I'll add it
Yeah.
to my list of 30 million spells. It's cool, guys.
exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, look, it's taken some time, but we've made a fair amount of headway. And what we've done is future-proof the campaign. So again, to bring it back together and maybe even to move it along a little bit, you can consider Voonlar to be relatively secure at this point. We're going to lose half of our soldiers; they go back to Daggerfall, so it's only going to be protected by 100 people. If those 100 people get attacked by 1,000, they're going to be overrun. That's just the way it is.
What about the conscripts? That was an extra 100 we picked.
Oh yeah,
up
that's
there.
an extra 100.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
So the fighting force hasn't changed, but for what our losses were, pretty much.
Yeah. And the reliability has plummeted. Right. We've gone from sworn dalesmen to a bunch of turncoats who were Zentarum until last week.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we can at least outfit them better, so they're better in a pinch.
Outfit them with their own equipment, give them back their chainmail.
Well, no, we have in Party Wealth. We have, was it chainmail?
Yeah,
100 chainmail.
and that's the chainmail that we stole from them when we imprisoned them. So we're just giving them back their equipment. Is all we're doing.
Okay, I thought we had better stuff than just chainmail.
We do have 10 suits of plate armor, but I would assume that you're gonna not give those to a bunch of conscripts that you can't trust.
Yeah, no. I mean, we could give the plate mail to some of the Iron Vultures. Maybe, I don't know.
Precisely. That's what I would have thought you'd do. Yeah. All right. So yeah, once again, Voonlar is secure now. It's secure until it gets attacked, and they're not likely to attack because we've sent the Zentarum missives expressing that we want peace, and the Cardinal has expressed that they wanted peace too. Whether or not Voonlar's worth fighting for is another question. But as we already know, the fires of rebellion are burning in Hillsfar, they're burning in Flan, they're burning in Maulmaster. Hell, they're even burning in fucking Zental Keep, the heart of Zentarum power. Yeah, so they're probably pretty busy. Yeah.
Like I described before, like any attack on Daggerdale or the other place, Vula will be Pyrrhic because they'll lose Teshdale as well.
Yeah, that's right. And we can and we have called upon other forces in the Dales, they're likely, if not to provide a standing army, then at least to provide auxiliaries in the case of a grander battle. So, for game terms, like story and setting aside, in game terms, we as players can more or less think of Voonlar as being, at least for the time being, within our grasp. We're not planning on going any further north. We're not planning on hitting Teshwave. As far as I can tell, we're not. And they're not planning, as far as we can tell, on Teshwave moving south. So there is a new border. That border is, for the time being, stable.
I forgot where I was going with that. Never mind.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I also want to point out that we also count as. I feel like we should be counting ourselves towards the fighting forces as well. But more than one, obviously, because like we lost. How many did we lose? I don't know the exact number, but
I can't
we
remember
lost so little against an equal fighting force. But the one difference was we had 4 level 10
had a full
adventurers, and now we have 5 level 10 adventurers.
level 11.
Oh, 5 11 adventurers, yeah.
The 6th level spells, bruh.
So like in 2 days, Dahlia and I alone killed upwards of 500.
Oh, more than that.
With how many we took out in the thing. They didn't get the chance to retaliate, but we were able to do that. And then with, I'm just going to say 10 losses, we took out an equal size force. Where the
Should
100 hit once. The 100
we
soldiers
assume, though,
from.
should we assume though that they're going to know this now and send a different type of force?
It's a fair assumption.
But they are also dealing with Hillsfar and everywhere else on the Moonsea right now. They're fighting wars on a battle on multiple fronts,
True.
and I doubt they'll muster any more than what's already at Teshwave.
They might not
And-
need to muster. Like
Yeah.
armies are one thing. Armies do need to be mustered and they take time to move. High level adventurers do not. So let's just assume, for the sake of assumption, that they have a group of 5 or 6 heroes that are also 11th level. Just, let's just assume that. They can do the same shit that we're doing, right? If they wanted to send a strike force against Voonlar, Daggerfall, Shadowdale, there's nothing stopping them. Anyway,
They have less scruples than we do. They might just do the cloud kill thing on us and just do it on Voonlar.
Exactly. Yeah, so while I do agree with you that, yeah, you are a fighting force, I wouldn't count you if I were you, because you
Okay.
haven't counted them.
Yeah.
All right.
How many cardinals are there, like in the Zentarum? Like,
You could ask the Cardinal herself. There's essentially, there's like one for every town, so like think of it as about 10 or 15 or 20.
so if they just gathered the cardinals, like we couldn't do anything.
Yeah. Anyway. Voonlar is secure. Let's just assume that. It might not be. They might send assassins against us. We already know that. Let's just assume that it's secure, because there's no way that we're going to move on unless we do.
Did we get any? Are we going to roll or something the numbers that each of the Dales provided?
No, not at this stage. No.
Okay. So are we going to Mithranor? Is that what we're doing?
Sounds like a plan.
I believe so.
And you're just going to send a message periodically to Birdie Boy, say what's up?
Yep, pretty much daily.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good. All right. So that's sorted out, I think. So, I think we've still got more than half an hour left in
Yeah, we got 40 minutes.
Cool. All right. If you wanted to call it here, obviously we can do that. If not, then we'll take a short break. I'll go and talk to some people downstairs and all the rest of it. Be back in 5 minutes, and we can set off into the forest. So yeah, I might go and do that, and I'll leave you to discuss whether A, we're just going to call it, and assuming B, that we don't, what the process for heading to Mithranor is. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, guys, what are we doing?
Fun stuff. How far away is Mithranor again?
If you're looking on the map, Voonlar is right here, and then Mithranor is right here. So, yeah, about 85 miles.
Yeah, give or take.
But it's going to be difficult terrain. Carrick's a ranger, right? Can he?
Yeah,
Natasha
Nooble.
stuff?
What was that?
I basically traded out all the old Ranger stuff for the new Ranger stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, so you don't have the favored terrain or anything?
No, I don't.
Be right back. I gotta pee.
We somehow hit the one situational use that would have been good.
Yeah. I had a ranger that we had used that pretty much a lot because I basically said mountains and forest, and the entire campaign was in mountains and forest. I was doing all the cool sneaky stuff because like ranger, as a ranger, for some reason I was the main damage dealer in the party because we started out with like 6 and then ended up with 3. One of them we got to like level 7 or something. One of them was a assassin, and the other was a prestidigitation wizard. So like all she focused on was telling what's going to happen next. That was pretty much her entire focus.
Wait, what was it?
Prestidigitate. Is it? What's the one where you see the future?
Divination?
Divination. I don't know why I thought prestidigitation was the word.
You were thinking of
I'm also
precognition.
Yeah, I'm also on chemicals right now. Well, marijuana, but whatever.
It helped.
Do it for my health. How are we going to go to Mr. Nor? Are we just going to horse it?
Do we know where it is? Do you like?
Yeah,
have
we
it
know.
already?
I think we just hop on some horses and head in that direction. I think it's as simple as that.
I don't know how long it's been. I don't know how long it was supposed to take, but I know we were supposed to be getting hippogriffs at some point.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Do you remember, Dahlia? I don't know the exact conditions in which we were getting them.
Can't remember.
Yeah, Bill, sorry about the thing that is driven off other players, which is like the world, worrying about the world aspects.
No, I know. I get it.
But
It's cool that you guys have been able to play this for so long. That's amazing.
What was that?
Yeah.
Said it's awesome that you guys have been able to move through this story for so long.
Yeah, it's been tough, especially since quite a few players have rotated out.
Yeah, the only person from the original group is Devi now, or am I wrong? Were you here longer, Dahlia?
I was here from the start of the game, but Devi's character is the only original member of the party.
Yeah, and I joined, I want to say around January or November, one of the two. of last year. January of last year or whatever.
Gotcha.
And I've joined pretty recently as well.
Alright, I'm back.
2 months ago.
Wow.
Yeah, because that's when the recordings start again.
Yeah, I have no talent with recording stuff.
It's pretty easy. I'd say the Out
I
of
don't-
the Abyss campaign is worth watching. It's pretty crazy, and I really had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, I would get into recording stuff if I had enough money to get my own PC, which I'm trying to save up for. But this is on my work computer, so
Yeah, same.
I'd rather not remember that Out of the Abyss campaign.
Wait, really?
Almost got TPK'd by Knowles.
yeah, PTSD from that campaign.
Yeah, PTSD from almost being
I
TPK'd
think I was
by
just
Knowles.
there for the crazy part at the end. I must have missed the hard part.
Yeah, I think we're.
There was a
level
painful
2.
campaign.
It is a brutal campaign. It's not one I enjoy because it's a high stress. You're always under threat. So it's a high stress campaign. Like your characters never really get a chance to take a breather or relax, really.
Is everyone back?
Yeah,
I think so.
at least I am. Yeah.
When or were you supposed? How long was it supposed to take for us to get the hippogriffs that we were talking about?
Oh gosh, I forgot about that.
I
Yeah,
can't even remember that. Where from? Who from?
you said that someone knew a hippogriff trader that could get some hippogriffs.
Sure. Who's the someone?
I think it was someone for the people in Shadowdale who told my character to destroy the book if someone tried to take it from him. The ones who came into his tower just to warn us about something, or gave us the twigs to recall.
Yeah, Storm and Dove. Yeah, right.
those two.
Yeah, by the end of our month patient, they can have gotten those for you. They weren't doing it for free, I presume, right? You had to pay.
No.
I would expect.
Yeah.
Pretty sure we were paying you.
All right, the price of a hippogriff. Better
5.
check out what they are. Somewhere between 500 and 2,000, but I'm not sure which side of it is. Hippogriffs. Challenge rating 1. Yeah, we're only challenge rating 1. Right. Yeah, they'll sell them to you for 500 gold each.
I mean, that's fine. We had how many were we getting?
5. So 2,500.
Yep. Yeah, we can take that out of party wealth.
Hell yeah. So we have flying mounts now. With how long it's been, has any further word? Because I believe we would be sending a messenger periodically as to what the Zentarum want to do.
What was the question? I thought it was for the party.
Was there any further word from the Zentarum?
Right, no, they don't reply. No, they don't reply. Over the course of a month, they don't reply.
Has the scouts reported anything different with the place?
Not really, no. They're still importing lots of food. The fires are still burning in Hills Far and Flan and other locations. So I guess the short answer is no, nothing's really changing. No, I guess you can assume that they have accepted the terms of your negotiation, and but they haven't done it formally, which makes them, which means that they can violate the terms without actually being in violation of them because they never actually agreed to them, right? Yeah, they accept the status quo, but not formally.
So nothing's to keep us from formally blocking their trade from north of Teshwave.
That's right. There's nothing to stop us. Yeah. That would be a whole different kettle of fish stopping the trade routes.
Have we already had the druids actively fucking with Teshwave? Or the trade route with Teshwave?
They'll stick with the trade route between Teshwave and the desert, the area near the border, basically. And there's not a lot of trade going through there anyway, so not since we smashed the Sand Fort. So yeah, you can consider the Zentaran to be economically threatened with their ambition to send goods to the Sword Coast.
All right. How fast could we get the 85 miles on hippogriffs?
85 miles is about a day and a half, nearly 2 days. Yeah, about 2 days.
Okay.
Do you want me to bring up Ace and tell her to have fun?
I thought we did that already.
I asked her if she would like to.
Yeah, she's already taking it on her own initiative. To be honest, even before you messaged her to tell her that she was doing it, they were still hitting the caravans even without you instructing them to. That's what she likes doing.
Don't change Ace.
Beyond Mithranor, is there anything else going on? I know we were going to check Morander's Road, so we can check on. I'd say we go to the tip of Morander's Road, see what's up with that because of the plague. This map is on a different scale from the other one. Which one are we going to follow?
It's one thing I like about these maps is that they are not accurate. That's the same way medieval maps were completely balls up inaccurate. So are these ones. They contradict each other. I personally like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, call it 100 miles, call it 150. I don't know.
So do you guys want to go to the tip of Moander's Road and then head to Mithranor? Because we said we were going to check up on that, or made a mental note of it, or something like that.
Sure, let's go.
I'm fine with that.
Sounds good.
And
Sounds good.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. So, 100 miles to the start of Moander's Road, created when an angry god made a beeline for Mithranor about a generation ago. Pretty interesting, but also completely irrelevant. This is Zentarum farming country. A lot of the food that they source for places like Teshwave and Newlash and even Zental Keep is grown here or harvested here or ranched here. So as we fly over the sky, it's likely that if they didn't, know that we were doing it, then they'd soon find out. It's 100 miles or a bit more, and therefore takes about 2 days. It's not too important, I don't think, at our level, what we do and why. But for the sake of it anyway, Tarnok, can you roll a D100, please? We call it percentile, and you do that by typing /R space D100. All right. Great. Sorry, I was didn't realize you'd rolled. All right. Yeah, no problems. You have no threats. There's nothing in the sky that could bring you down, and thus you reach the edge of Cormanthor, fully prepared to head on in. I've got fucking shit going on here that's distracting me, and I'll try to stay focused, especially for the last half hour. Okay, so you've reached the edge of Cormanthor, the ancient elven forest, and you can see what they call Moander's Road, which is not a road at all, but just a clearing of corruption where a deity of corruption just made a beeline for Mithranor, as I've already explained. And this damage that has been done to the forest has created a pathway through which the Zentarum tend to travel along. So we will be using the Zentarum own highway to head towards Mithranor. A little bit ironic, perhaps. Okay. Yeah, forgive me for my flustered. It's fucking so much happening at the moment, and I need to focus on what's going on here. Oh damn! And I also need to import something. Oh my god! It's going to take a couple of minutes, so I need to import a chart from a different game to bring it into here. It won't take that long to find, but it is going to take about 3 or 4 minutes. So if you want to talk among yourselves about whether you're just flying straight over the forest, whether you're traveling along the road, any special precautions that you might take, now's the time to do it.
What was the thing that was going on that caused? We think the plague was started by Moander taking a death fart.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't understand the question, but you're right.
What?
where is his final resting place? Because we made a note to make sure that a god of corruption didn't reawaken. Not that we can do anything about it, but at least we'll know. But you had said like when we were dealing with the plague, it's like, yeah, it's basically just flatulence from a deposing body of a god.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. I'm just
God
wondering.
farts.
Yeah. Dead god.
Especially a dead god of corruption. Like,
Yeah.
May as well be Papa Nurgle.
Yeah, it might have been. So we said it was either a death fart or we were, or he was back, and we were just going to check on that. Is that the whole point of going to Mithranor, or is there something else we were supposed to be doing there?
Mithranor has a lot of potential goodies that could help out in the war.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think we're going here for
A lot of resources that can be used.
Mm.
Yeah, magic items, basically.
Yeah.
Magic items. You can even possibly find a source of mithril or adamantium or.
Do we have? Oh, go ahead.
Like if we found adamantium, I would probably squeal like a little girl, because I can make full plate out of that, like with fabricate, pretty easy.
You said this was basically a highway.
I mean, like I did use that word. This is the path that the Zentarum take when they want to get magic items from Mithranor.
Is there any evidence of a recent party of Zentarum going through?
Good
At the start
question.
of it?
Make a survival check or something like that.
I can assist you if you want.
What's your survival
6.
skill? Yeah. I think it would be best if you did it, honestly.
I thought because you brought it up, it'd be your thing. Okay, I can roll it if you want, though. 18.
Yeah, brilliant. No one has been through here today or yesterday or the day before, but they do bring constant traffic through here. Yeah, so this road is used pretty frequently, considering it's through the middle of a damn forest that goes to nowhere except a ruin. Definitely within the last 10 days, and definitely within the 10 days before that, and the 10 days before that. So essentially, every month it sees traffic, but not every day.
All right. I guess as we're heading to Mithranor from here, I want to see if there's a returning party or a going party, like any evidence of Zentarum going down there, like as we're flying over.
Oh, right. Oh, so we are flying over? We're not taking the road then? We're flying through the sky?
If everyone else is fine with that, I think the safest route in any case is to take your flying mount.
Not
Unless anyone's
necessarily. It
opposed.
could be, but it's not necessarily. Anyway, we'll deal with that if the time comes. Yeah, cool. So flying the hippogriffs more or less along Moander's road, but not.
Following the road, not on the road.
Good.
But where we could see if there was another party on the road. That makes sense. Or checking every now and then. I don't know.
Yeah, cool.
So, yeah.
All right, the decision is made. Tarnok, this time could you give me a D10 roll, please? Or roll /R space 1D10. Cool. All right. So, now, forgive me specifically, Tarnok, for this sort of unsteadiness, and the rest of you as well. Like, I keep fucking telling these fucking people to stop messaging me, and they just won't fucking stop, and it's really starting to agitate me at this point. It's really starting to agitate me.
I'm gonna
Anyway,
forever hold a grudge. It's fine.
it's pissing me off. There's like 6 of them, and just fuck off. Anyway, I'm working. Anyway, I'm not helping now. So, we're traveling through Cormanthor. We're flying along the canopy, and what a canopy it is! What a magnificent forest it is. These trees tower 100 feet tall, in some cases higher. The canopy itself is 100 feet tall, and the emergence sprout beyond that. There is a plethora of brightly coloured birds and squirrels and monkeys. There are boars and there are bears. It's a very living forest. It was tended by the elves so much that they really looked after it. And although they're gone now, the remnants of their excellent management is still evident. Until you can see some small fires burning in the distance, not necessarily on the road, in fact not on the road at all, but somewhere off the road, around about the O in the Moander's road part. Anyway, somewhere off the road you can see small fires and smoke rising. And as we start to query among ourselves what we think might be causing these, whether it's a forest fire or some campfires out of control or something else, you hear booms, the strange booms that don't sound like any obvious evidence. Like, it doesn't sound like a barrel of gunpowder exploding. It doesn't sound like a dinosaur crashing through the trees. It doesn't sound like anything in particular. They are bizarre noises, and they are coming from the same location as the fires are.
Do we see fires coinciding with these booms, or is it just like, is there new ones appearing?
Good question. Make a perception check. Yeah, absolutely. So, it's you will see beams of energy suddenly appear, like, for want of a better term, a laser. And these beams of energy appear. They fire across the forest, 50 feet, 100 feet, and then they explode and start small fires. You can't see what's going on. It's a mile distant from where we are. we could very easily just pass on by without ever seeing it. But that's what, that's what appears to be happening. Beams of energy, like lasers or something, are causing forest fires to start on a small scale, and you can't possibly guess why.
How far is this from us?
About a mile.
Might be worth the
I
detour.
was going to say, if we land here, I can do the commune with nature.
And,
Figure out what that is.
Like, the elves made this. Like, we need to like preserve it.
I don't know if anyone else has it, but I have detect good and evil with the rod of alertness on me. But I have to be within 30 feet.
The commune with nature gives me 3 miles, and I can find out if there's any powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead.
So like everything that I can do. Cool. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a ritual, and it's once a day, so.
Hey, yeah.
So do you want to do that?
That sounds like a good
I
plan.
am completely down that you have this better than I do. Because Roz goes boom, not findy people things.
It's my one thing. Yeah, so I'll do the commune with nature. It's a 1-minute cast time.
Excellent, excellent. A minute later, you discover that there are 23 fairies in that vicinity. Like, there's probably 100 fairies in the radius, but in that specific area where the fires are starting, where the energy blasts are going on, there are 23, no, 22, 21, 20, there are 19 fairies.
Oh dear.
Okay, yeah, somebody's killing fairies down there.
Well, let's go see what we can do about that.
Yeah, the elves like the fairies. Like, we need to respect them.
Yep.
Sounds like a decision then. So we fly a mile over. Are we coming in like across the canopy and observing from above the way a helicopter might?
I don't think we should be that vulnerable, to be honest.
No, I don't want to be that far up in case, someone's like, "Oh, look, let me see if I can hit him with a fireball." That doesn't sound fun. Falling to one's doom does not sound fun.
Yeah, getting down and approaching land-wise probably makes more sense.
Awesome. Do we send out a scout force or a strike force, or are we all going together as a unit?
We're already such a
In-
small
in-
party.
Yeah,
Do you think that helps us approach?
since there's only 5 of us and like we can tell they're actively engaged, I'd say we'd hurry and all go together.
All right. So it sounds like we don't need stealth rolls then, as we just start rocking up. You'll smell it first. You'll smell the burning fires first, and you will see the smouldering trees. Some of them are very old, and they've been like, again, the laser blast is a pretty appropriate little analogy. Although a firebolt or a frostbolt is in effect a kind of a laser blast anyway. Firebolt. Anyway, doesn't matter. You arrive at the scene of the disaster. Smouldering trees, burning fires. What look like gnomes have been blasted to smithereens. They've got these huge gouging heat marks out of them, like the sort of size that a buckshot might make in its victim. There are little red caps lying all over the place. There are big, heavy pairs of iron boots lying over the place, and yeah, it just looks like a fucking massacre here. There must be 15 or so of these diminutive 18-inch tall bearded men just either lying dead or before your eyes being blasted to smithereens by what appears to be a colorless ethereal image of a young girl. And yeah, this ethereal image of this young girl is summoning very real fire, very real light beams, and just blasting the shit out of these bearded gnomish creatures. Yeah, it looks like Gargamel got the Smurfs. That's not a bad analogy. If Gargamel was a young girl,
How close are we
Hold on,
to
is
her when we
this
see her?
probably about 200 feet away.
a red-haired gal?
She is invisible, or rather, she is ethereal, like a misty ghost. You can kind of see her silhouette, but no colors.
Right.
Interestingly, she has this silver line which extends from around about her heart and travels in a rough southwesterly direction.
Would
I see. Oh. Oh, I don't know that as a character.
So what race is she?
Ghost, probably human.
Because I was looking for maybe Elfias or something.
No elf ears, no.
I have no idea what this is there any way from being around the area for all of us of knowing what this is?
You might apply a certain skill, but you'd have to decide what that skill is.
Spell-based, maybe Arcana?
Arcana?
Yeah, Arcana is probably the best choice. Good and good. Raz, you can't you can't pick it, but Debbie, it looks like to you something that doesn't make any sense. It looks like what we call an astral cord, which is when a 20th level wizard astrally projects and travels to other planes without, their spirit leaves their body. A silver cord attaches the projected wizard to his body. That's what it looks like going on here. But you've never heard of an 8-year-old 20th level wizard. And if you did, they probably wouldn't use it to kill gnomes in the forest.
Yeah, that is definitely unusual.
Would anyone know what kind of gnomes these are? I don't know how
That's a good question.
common gnomes are, but would we know if
For
they're
the
deep
record,
forests?
gnomes aren't fae, and these must be fae. They showed up on our fairy detector, and gnomes are not fairies.
Oh. So
But
they're
they
not
look like
gnomes, they
gnomes.
just look like gnomes. Okay.
They look exactly like a garden gnome with these little red hats, these little iron shoes, long white beards. Yeah, they are as quintessential a garden gnome as you've ever seen, except that they've been blasted by laser beams.
Do we need an Arcana check to see if we know what these are? I don't know.
Yeah, kind of might work. Nature's probably just as good.
I spent a lot of time in forest. Can I do a nature check?
God damn,
No
I just
problem.
suck. No, I'm done.
You're pretty sure that they're gnomes.
It's okay, I matched you.
A 14?
14's not bad, but not conclusive either. They seem to be some kind of fairy, but looking around the scene a little bit more. Okay, so I mentioned how they have like these little red hats and that they have boots made of iron. I haven't yet mentioned their scythes. They've got these wicked scythes that are, in many cases, lying around because they are killed. And it looks like the scythes are bloodied. There are decapitated rabbits and impaled birds and dissected squirrels and monkeys that have had their hands amputated. It kind of looks like these gnomish fairies have been brutalizing animals, and this ghostly 8-year-old girl has been blasting them with bolts of fire. And this is all going on as we reach the edge of. You can see her from about 100, 200 feet away. So the ghostly girl does not yet seem to have noticed us, which might be just as well, because she is blasting these fairies with such intense power that it's killing them with a single strike.
I kind of just want to randomly join in on her with her. Just like,
Yeah, kind of raising my hands. I'd kind of like
Mm.
to inquire, like get her attention and inquire what's going. Like, still have my shield firmly held, but
I have a thing that I wanted to do if we wanted to try to get her attention, which is use the rod of alertness to protect ourselves.
Wait, 1 second. I need to try something. I'll try cast speak with animals. I mean, speak with plants.
Yeah,
I guess
sure.
I'll ask the surrounding foliage, like what the red caps were doing before they got blasted.
They were wantonly killing the animals.
I have no problem with these guys dying.
That doesn't sound like gnomes. Does anyone know what that cord is? Like, where it goes or what it means?
Devi?
the cord thing.
Yeah. What is it?
It's basically a tether to get back to your body when you're projecting your soul.
So, why we could follow that and get to the gal, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could.
I think it's a really bad idea to have what seems like a very capable spellcaster of whatever she is, go disturb her body when she's if it is what that string thing is, astral projection. I feel like going to their probably unprotected body is not a good idea.
I mean,
It would probably be protected.
also, interrupting her now probably wouldn't be a good idea either. So we just get near, wait for the line to disappear, and then make ourselves known. You know what I mean?
So are we going to confront the projection or go to its source? I think it's more down to a vote at this point.
I'm good either way, or just even continue on to Mr. Nor. Like,
I mean,
this
these fires
doesn't
could do a lot of
smell
damage.
of.
Yeah, they're not starting like forest fires or anything. She's not causing
No.
anything damage-wise to anything but these gnomes.
And whenever she misses.
But we noticed
Yeah.
the fires. That's why we're here.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I'm fine also to continue on.
I mean,
She's not.
So is that 2 or 3 that say continue on?
I mean, at least,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
let's at
fine
least-
leaving.
good.
They're killing animals. I'm fine with them dying.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to tell her to at least be careful. Like the forest fires are not a good thing.
Well, is it just like a flash when it gets hit, or is it actually like leaving trees and brush on fire?
Yeah, the latter, one or a firebolt. Like it's blasting holes in trees and causing the trees to smolder and fall over, and they start small spot fires. It's not much. The fires aren't much bigger than an out of control campfire. They don't probably not going to destroy Cormanthor. It's essentially a rainforest. It's pretty wet, and as we well know, it rains here fucking prodigiously. But all of that said, the fire is still causing some damage.
Also, side quest. Yeah,
Right. Like, here's more breadcrumbs. Here we go.
yeah.
It's like, here's this really powerful being that could either be a really good ally or a really bad time or insignificant. But if y'all say carry on, let's carry on.
Yeah, we can carry on. My wayward son. I mean, what?
Does the detect good and evil tell whether this is an evil or good presence?
No.
Not with 5th edition as much.
Like actually detecting alignment isn't really a thing.
All right. So it
I mean,
sounds like we yep.
I mean, yeah, I'm good with moving on. I mean, we can see what's going on the way out. Maybe see where this is going from that point. See if this is a wanton murder spree or a reasoning.
Well, we saw the reasoning.
Doesn't mean it's not still a murder spree. Just because she's killing bad things now doesn't mean she's going to kill more stuff moving on. Possibly.
Good point.
So that we can check when we leave Mithranor to see if we see any signs.
All right. But that is something that we will have to attempt another time.
Cliffhanger.
Dun dun dun.
I suppose we will say goodbye to the internet for now. Goodbye, internet.
I guess we should. And I would like to apologise to the internet for any interruption that might have occurred today, any amount of stress and flustering I might have had. I'd like to extend a thank you again for Tarnok, for Bill for turning up, and hope to see you all very soon.
Awesome.